every day, defending your rights. I saw him stay. Say from him step up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Evil politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely upon him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. Rock you all the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. Well fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stay. Well fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stay. How long them a gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a gonna take our people for fool? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them have the handle but of the most I rule. Them better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now phase him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them are the one right crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stay.
As children, we learn the true meaning of being a hero. Being a hero requires great sacrifice for others, not just ourselves. We learned about the heroes of Jamaica's past and how much of themselves and their lives they had to give in building a nation we should be proud to call home. They believed in a Jamaica that was more than just a country, more than just an island, more than land surrounded by water. They believed in a dream of a free nation of people, a nation built on the foundation of their sacrifices, a nation of many people working as one, a nation that would continue to produce legends and nation builders that serve towards that vision. As children, we were also taught the national pledge, a solemn promise, an undertaking. I would like to believe Sir Hugh Sherlock, while writing this pledge, understood the vision and dreams of our heroes. It's clear being a hero is too much to ever ask any one citizen. Luckily, the pledge does not require heroics of any of us. It merely asks that we honor our heroes by striving to advance our nation and ultimately inspire the world, like they and many Jamaicans have done. It's important we remember those words. These words. Before God and all mankind, I pledge the love and loyalty of my heart, the wisdom and courage of my mind, the strength and vigor of my body in service of my fellow citizens. I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood, and peace, to work diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. like me, a Jamaican born and raised on this land, maybe you will remember saying those words, singing that song in a classroom or some general assembly. If so, like me, you made a pledge. Somehow it seems like many of us have forgotten that. The crime and violence, the indiscipline and short-sightedness, the corruption, the lack of respect for our beautiful lands we are blessed with, and the waters that surround and nurtures us. We have to do better. Let us honor our heroes so that they would not have sacrificed so much in vain. I hope this video can make a difference to even one soul. If so, it would all be worth it. If you feel the way I do, share it. May my voice become yours. Thanks for watching.
Politicians spread lies on him, but we know the bug of them not wise like him. Back up, they nanotize on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man who hold the harder of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Most High Jah, guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. We will fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him step up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them said spice on him. Evil politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. Back up, they nanotize on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, rock you all the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm me. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. How long them a gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a gonna take our people for fool? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them up the handle but of the most high rule. Them better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now phase them. criticize for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Criticize for the people every day.
Blessings, blessings. Good evening and welcome to Come Reason with Rattigan, the place where you get the news in an unfiltered fashion. And also we teach a little class around here as well, because you know that the classroom is not only Saturdays, it's also Wednesdays. So bless up, bless up. As usual, you know, some people, some strong supporters of the program, they were saying, you know, when you start, you take too long to get into the material. And it's true on a Wednesday. But I think it's important that we kind of recognize the people who have sacrificed to be with us and to spread the word. And so it's just a small price to pay for the information that we provide. And so we're going to continue with it until and unless it gets too big to handle. Like on Saturdays, we can't do it on Saturdays because we have many more people. We hope that someday soon we will get to that level. But until then, we'll just keep shouting out people. And by the way, folks, Cillian, big up yourself. We just realized I was just talking to a couple of people and realized that our 1 year anniversary was last month. What was it? It was October 16th or 17th, I believe. So, but you know, we're not, I was never a birthday person because sometimes my birthday came and went and I didn't even realize it. It's never that kind of person, the celebration thing. I love doing it for people, but for myself, just wasn't my thing. And that's the way it will be. In fact, the only time I remember my birthday was because my mother shared the same birthday. So two of us were born March 29th. And so it was hard. But when my mother wasn't around, like when she left Jamaica and I lived here, there, I'll completely forget about it. So there you go. All right. Miss Elaine Turner, again, big up yourself. Yes, you know, we can't do any of this without your support. And when I say your, I'm talking about the collective support. Miss Elaine, you're included. So just want to thank you and thank all of you for the support and the love and the protection, because someone want to protect me like, like something really, really valuable, and I appreciate it. You know, you protect me from my wayward ways, and also from people trying to say all kinds of things. But that's all right. It's no problem. Life must go on. All right. So, Miss Elaine, big up yourself. Thank you very much. Carla Banks, big up yourself. Big up yourself, Carla. Dorothy McCoy, blessed good night to you as well. Patel Cruikshank, hey, Mr. Patel, I got your message. Don't worry, everything upon the level. And don't worry. Big up yourself, Mr. Patel Cruikshank. Miss B, big up yourself. Big up yourself. Miss B, sister from another. Okay, big up yourself. Big up yourself. Oh, folks, I tell you what. We were planning to big up all out. Now we're going to get to that, but here we have a special guest tonight, and it's Dr. Alfred Dawes, and he has limited time, so he's going to preempt what we would normally do on a Wednesday night so that we can get him in, get the word from him, get the status, get the updates, and allow him to continue doing the good work he's doing. So, Dr. Dawes, if you turn on your camera, sir, so we can see your face in other place. Let me add him. Okay, see, man? There we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, he needs no introduction. Dr. Alfred Dawes. Dr. Dawes, let me just say on behalf of this wonderful group of people here, I was about to say students, but wonderful group of people. We want to congratulate you on your win. This is the first time we're speaking since the election, and you jumped in with both feet. I mean, I watched you, didn't call you anything because I don't want to interrupt you because I know you're a very busy man. But I've been watching you in Parliament, and I see how strident you are, how attentive you are, how assertive you are, and I must say that is what we want out of our politicians. We want to hold government accountable. And by the way, the opposition is part of government too. So it's government holding government accountable, people. So, Dr. Dawes, with that said, greetings, welcome. And, you know, it's a tough time to have you on. And I know it's a tough time for you as well, because there is so much going on in Jamaica. And I know you have your hands full. So I tell you what, let's start out by just asking you, what is the priority for you? What was the priority for you after September 3rd? And what is your priority now? Have your priorities changed?
Well, good evening, Will, and good evening to all of the viewers. It's a pleasure being on. Been a minute. To answer that question, well, I mean, obviously everybody wanted to win and form governments. And from the night of the election, I realized that wasn't going to happen. It is just the reality hit home, the people spoke, we respected that. And then it was on to being the best MP you can be and holding the government accountable, as I said, by being a strong opposition, having doubled our numbers in the House. So for me, it is really a baptism of fire, given the fact that immediately coming out of the elections, we had so much to deal with respect to the hurricane hitting us, even while we were finding our footing as new MPs, learning the ins and outs. Everything changes on the day of the election. And the next morning, you're no longer a candidate. Immediately people start to look to you to solve every problem, from light gone too long to garbage collection, which you have very little control over, and then of course the request for assistance. And Jamaica, unfortunately, has not developed the relevant agencies and ministries that can provide the safety nets, and so MPs are often turned to fill that gap and to try and expedite things as much as possible. So it has been a rough road to navigate that. And then in addition, healthcare is not going to get better anytime soon. And as the opposition spokesman on health, the challenge is to really continue this advocacy that we had started right through before the elections, and to contend with the fact that people are still going to be looking at it as if you're playing politics, when really and truly you're just trying to advocate for them to have improved healthcare services. Throw in Hurricane Melissa, and this is uncharted territory for everybody. Nobody expected this magnitude of destruction, and we have to contend with preventing further fallout from the catastrophe, as well as navigating, quite frankly, the politicization of the relief efforts. So it is rough all around. It is a baptism of fire, but we just have to rise to the occasion.
Now, on one of the clips that I watched, the Minister of Health gave a presentation, and you stood up and you made certain comments. And then MP Isaac Buchanan got up and he made certain comments. And I couldn't help but notice that at the very end of the clip, the minister got up, the speaker allowed him to respond. And in response to the issues you raised, and you raised some very, very pertinent and significant issues, his response was, the election is over and you're setting yourself up to run for the re-election or something. And I'm like, and I sat here and I said to myself, but wait a minute, he didn't respond to the issues you raised. Did he ever respond to those issues you raised?
No, and he can't. He can't respond because of the nature of the issues I raised. It would be very difficult to defend against them. So the best course of action would be to deflect.
Okay, I thought so too. No, you just said healthcare is not going to get better anytime soon. And that is dire notice from somebody who's a healthcare professional, not a marketing professional. When you talk, people listen. You know, they used to have a commercial over here, E.F. Hutton, a financial house, I believe, and they said when E.F. Hutton speaks, people listen. People listen to you. So now, what you've done, you have confirmed what people have believed all along. The question is, what's the solution?
First thing is recognition that there's a problem. I still do not like the approach of the Ministry of Health because, you know, that even in the fallout after the disaster, the press conference on Sunday where they spoke about outbreaks, this should have been had 2 weeks ago because we knew outbreaks were coming. You know, a good medical student could predict that after a catastrophe of this nature, where you have displacement of rats out of cane pieces and people living outdoors and contaminated water, you're going to have outbreaks of dysentery, leptospirosis, and in a couple of weeks, again, we have to look at dengue. So we really should have started a public education campaign, and it's very concerning that when these issues were initially raised by me, that we have outbreaks coming, the co-chair of the disaster committee, Minister Vaz, he labeled it as disgraceful that I should be creating panic and fear mongering. Without the approach of recognizing and anticipating what is coming, we cannot plan for it. There's a saying, if you don't prepare, if you fail to prepare, prepare to fail. So we know the stresses on the healthcare sector are coming, and we have to put in place the structure, the equipment, the staffing to mitigate against this in the temporary setting. You know, we know that we're going to be overburdened with worsening of chronic diseases such as hypertension and diabetes because they're not getting access to clinics and medication right now. So prepare for more strokes, prepare for more heart attacks, prepare for more diabetic foot ulcers and infections coming out of uncontrolled diabetes, coma, etc. And with that, an increase on your ICU capacity as well as your bed count in hospitals when those persons finally make their way to hospital. Add to this the infectious diseases that will be coming in. So we have to prepare for all of that, what is happening. In the long term, we have to look at our bed capacity or primary care, where the hospitals are located. And in rebuilding, we rebuild resilient structures. So like Black River Hospital should never go back to where it was. Lucie Hospital has been severely damaged, and now is a time where we ought to build a brand new structure rather than trying to rebuild, because we know what rebuilding costs. We get a $2 billion estimate turning into $25 billion. So we have to now put together a comprehensive plan to rebuild the hospitals. And while we're at it, we expand the other hospitals in the region. So a Savlamar Hospital should be expanded to take the burden off a Cornwall Regional, Black River, as well as Noel Holmes Hospital. So if we have a strategic development plan for healthcare in the West, we can have the West coming out way better than it was before. But it takes vision, and it takes a commitment to doing the right thing rather than hustling because there's a flow of foreign aid and money in the system now. You know, the vultures are circling, the junkers are out west, even though they're joking about it, because they're looking for opportunities to rape the system. So the unfortunate thing is that we may miss the opportunity of a lifetime where the disaster creates opportunities for us to improve not just the infrastructure of healthcare, but the system by which we deliver healthcare through the primary care and the hospital and the networks, as well as the social determinants of health, meaning that people get proper housing, proper access to water and sanitation. So we never go back to a situation like what we're facing now, should we have another natural disaster.
All right. Before I get to the oversight of the monies coming in, give us your, well, first of all, let me ask you this. Have you been out west? I take it.
Yeah.
How
I've
many,
been. What's that?
how many times?
Practically every weekend. I didn't go last weekend, but I went on Monday. So at least once a week since the disaster happened.
Outstanding. Now, give us your assessment of your observation. Give us the benefit of your observation, and also tell us if things have improved from the very first time you went compared to the last time.
So, I mean, it's like a nuclear bomb dropped. From you leave Santa Cruz going to La Covia, Alan Bamboo. In the initial stages, you would not have seen any leaves on trees. And I'm not exaggerating. The hillsides are bare, the trees are bare, and it's just brown that you're looking at. The stench is something that you cannot imagine because of the dead animals and God knows what else. The infrastructure has improved vastly. So the light poles are out of the road. A lot of the debris are being cleared. What has not changed much is the living condition of the people. So if you take a look at Petersville shelter, for example, the number of persons living in the shelter has gone up since the hurricane has passed. And that's because people are just getting tired of living under tarps, and they understand that they can at least get a hot meal per day if they're at the shelter. That is leading to overcrowding. It is leading to a social issue whereby you cannot get people out of the shelters to start school because where are you going to put them? So people are still homeless, and there are still persons who are, especially in the interior of the island, those communities that were cut off and eventually got access, they are still not getting supplies. So those on the main, they get supplies, and they get more supplies because it's easy and convenient for relief workers and donors to stop there. But nobody's making the trek into the interior. Those persons who are shut-ins, the elderly, the sick, nobody's getting to them because the aid is not organized. What is happening is that you're having volunteers doing much, much more than the government. And everyone has their little area. Everybody might have a community where they come from, and they're looking out for that particular place. But then there are others where they may not have, call it a local or international diaspora to really look out for them and send care packages, make sure they have water and so on. So they are being left out. So for example, in Eastern Hanover was ravaged, but we don't talk about it a lot. The government focused a lot on Black River and St. Elizabeth. And then with the outcry that the real ground zero where the landfall was made was Eastern Westmoreland, you started to see attention turn to Eastern Westmoreland. But the hurricane went through Eastern Hanover as well, and there are still communities that are marooned. And nobody is giving those areas coverage. South St. James is really in a bad spot, and South Trelawney. So we are seeing a disparity in aid and the disorganization of the relief efforts, where you don't have persons like a local parish disaster committee, where you have persons who know the areas, know the communities, and have networks like the Justice of the Peace, the church. They are not involved in the aid process. They are being shunned. And what is happening is that you're having inequality developing, where some people are starving, some people are exposed because they're not getting potable water, and then others have enough supplies that now they are reselling on the open market.
Everything you have said, I suspect that the government knows about. And yet, time after time, since this thing hit Jamaica, we have heard that there's I keep hearing this phrase, inequality in the distribution of aid. And then I watched the Prime Minister this evening address a question put to him by Zara Burton. And the question was actually meant for ODPEM. But the gentleman wasn't in the room at the time, and so he took a stab at the question. And then he started talking about the mapping, saying that people don't know where some of these communities are because they're informal. And to your point, I'm saying, well, wait a minute. You have a JP, you have counselors.
Churches, we have the most churches per square mile. use the churches. You don't need GIS mapping and drones and helicopters to fly over and satellite images. Pastor, no. The elders know, the JPs know. Even if you want to totally exclude the politicians who are not in your party, there are community-based organizations that know. So it's absolute. That is what is disgraceful, that you have people on the ground who are willing to help, who know the community, they know where Mass John is. Some places don't have any address. Is after you pass the tree that tear down or the truck that park up in the road all the time. They know where to find these people and distribute the care packages. But it's just not being done. What's happening is that the disaster relief effort is being run from boardrooms in Kingston, and very little is known about the conditions on the ground, and very little input is received from persons who are familiar with the people, familiar with the territory. And as a result of that, it is just, it is a catastrophe on top of a catastrophe. Because now when you have a public health crisis in the form of outbreaks and lack of care for chronic diseases that are going to lead to worsening of these conditions, the people on the ground are going to suffer. And then we're going to have a reactive press conference to urge people to take their medication and seek health care if they notice signs and symptoms. Or you're going to have traumatized children being lost in this out of the school system, and you would have lost an entire generation.
This sounds like a recipe for rising dissatisfaction with the government. And one of the things that we talk about in the diaspora is that how reluctant it would appear to us in the diaspora that people in Jamaica are in terms of standing up to the government, protesting, letting their voices be heard. We don't see a lot of that. And so people have asked me time and time again, why are you doing what you're doing? Because the people in Jamaica, they won't even stand up for themselves. So if they won't stand up for themselves, well, what the hell are you doing? And even tonight, somebody sent me, a very dear friend of mine sent me a note, and she was like, I just don't know what is it that we're trying to achieve, because we're trying to hold government accountable, and the people who are directly suffering as a result of the government unaccountability, they're not raising Cain. They're just accepting it. They're numb to it. They just seem just dispassionate about the whole thing. You know what I mean? So what? Talk to me. What role should the diaspora play in terms of educating? Maybe that's not a good word, but in terms of inspiring, in terms of collaborating, cooperating with our brothers and sisters in Jamaica to get the situation changed for the better. What role should we be playing?
Yeah, you sum it up perfectly. I don't know when in our history we got so apathetic, because especially out west, it was the Sam Sharper Baptist Rebellion that led to the abolition of slavery in the entire British Empire. You know, it was our protests in 1938, the strikes, that led to the reforms that later gave rise to the independence movements. Walter Rodney riots in the 1960s, even as late as 98, the gas riots. We were always a population that we fought for what we believed in. But then all of a sudden, we have just become very apathetic. And protest is no longer, it's just no longer an option. We are seeing a slow creep towards authoritarianism, with a consolidation of power. Even the relief and reconstruction efforts now are going to be under the office of the Prime Minister. ODPEM is under the office of the Prime Minister. All of the donations coming in are told, donors are told to route everything into ODPEM. So all of the funding coming in, the financing, the donations are going into the office of the Prime Minister. And then the outflow is coming directly to from the office of the Prime Minister to the executive agency charged with reconstruction that is located in the office of the Prime Minister. So you wonder, what's the point now in having ministries? What's the point in having other executive agencies? And then we are not seeing that this is an issue, that this is a consolidation of power and authority. We're just not protesting it. We're not protesting the inequalities that are developing right now with aid distribution. We're not looking at even the recovery efforts being led by persons aligned to the government. You know, the contracts are clean up. Everything is just being controlled completely. And at the same time, what is being required of the diaspora is for you to send more money, send more food and release supplies, but then don't say anything, don't protest, because if you say anything, it means that you yourselves are politically motivated and you're creating mischief. So they want you to send your money and relief items, so to make it easier for them to consolidate and create, I don't want to say beggars, but charity. When you get people hooked on charity rather than building the opportunities for them to get back to work, you create a state of dependency, of learned helplessness, and you give a man just enough to keep him dependent. You create a docile servant who is not going to protest the fact that he's getting only crumbs that were coming from the bread where he was meant to get. So it's slowly happening. And you know, they say when you boil a frog in water, it doesn't know that it's boiling because of the slow rise in temperature. That is what is happening now. And you who are outside of this pot of water watching us boil, it's you who are not held ransom by the donations or the scarce benefits are spoils. You are the ones who probably have to ride in and save us. Because I can tell you right now, as an opposition MP, where your resources to help your own constituents, the availability is dependent on, in many instances, your relationship with ministers. Nobody wants to rock the boat. Nobody wants to be the Paul Bogle of our generation, because when you do that, you can be spited. And that means that life can be very difficult for you. It means that projects can't be approved, and then your constituents will turn on you. Civil society has gotten very quiet. I don't understand why. A lot of what is happening, we really and truly should have civil society making a fuss. It's just not happening. So we are the heroes of our generation. I don't know. But things are getting bad. Things are going to get worse before they get better. Because as I said, the infrastructure may be up, the roads may be cleared, the power is being restored, cell phone service, etc. But the fact of the matter is that the people who are living under tarpaulins still don't have water. They still don't know how they're going to get a roof over their head. We can speak all we want about reconstruction because people want concrete houses now, but they don't own the land because they're squatters. And the reason why they were in board houses was because they didn't have the land to build a concrete house on. People criticized the Red Cross when they went into Haiti because they collected a lot of donations and they only built a few houses. I think less than 700 houses at one point. I was reading an article. But the reason why they couldn't build the houses is because the majority of people who were homeless after that hurricane, they were renting houses. So what do? Rebuild a house for a landlord to rent? You're basically giving a landlord back his business, and the people who really were living in the houses now in the slums, at the mercy of the slumlords, they would still be homeless if the landlord don't rent them. Is a similar situation developing out west. How are you going to give these people the resilient, hurricane-proof houses if they don't own the land? We have to get people formalize this family land thing, this where it's 50 years of family living on the plot, but there's no title and there's no chance of them ever getting that title where they can go to the bank and take out a loan or even work out something where NHT, instead of taking the money from NHT every year that they used to fund the hole in the budget, use that for low income housing. You still can't qualify because there's no land. And it's going right back to the plantocracy from when Taki's rebellion, it went right, but it continued out west even after Taki won. Right back till now, nobody is selling the people the land. And that's why they have the board houses, which they put on a truck and move from era to era. We have to do better as a country. And unless we do so, the social contract that we have with people that we're going to treat them like humans and then they behave accordingly is going to break down. People are going to become feral, where it is a fight for survival, and they're going to be in survival mode and they're going to rob you. So the laws are going to break down. The kids are not going to have their examples to follow. The morality that we want to instill as a civilized society, it is going to go if people are fighting for survival, for food, water, and shelter.
Let me, and I know your time is limited, but I have a million things, and I haven't even touched the chat yet. But you touched on something that's also a lightning rod in terms of a point of discussion for people in the diaspora, or at least my corner of the diaspora, and that is the role of the opposition. Now, you just mentioned that there is some amount of, I don't say fear, but there's some amount of caution then about how you do certain things because you're dependent on
sorry, I think I lost your...
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I think I lost you. Let me come out and come back in because I lost you.
No problem. Yes, folks, we're here talking to Dr. Alfred Dawes, the opposition spokesperson on health and wellness. And quite an interesting conversation. We're talking about the issues plaguing Jamaica, health-wise and otherwise. Oh, there he is. He's back. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I said one of the things that is a talking point in the diaspora is the role of the opposition, and you just mentioned that you have to be cautious as an MP about how you conduct business because to some degree you're dependent on a minister or ministers for relief, for government assistance in your neck of the woods. And then you mentioned Paul Bogle. You said we don't have a lot of, we're waiting for somebody now to be the Paul Bogle of our generation. Let me put it to you like this. Actually, it's a question. Is the opposition the Paul Bogle of this generation? And what I mean by that is if on one hand you're saying, well, we have to be careful about how we do certain things because we're depending on the ministers, and at the end of the day it's not about me, it's about my people. And so I may take a stand that is seen as righteous, but it's going to affect the people, so therefore I have to temper the way I couch certain things. I can't just speak freely. How that kind of restraint that's placed on you, right? And it's not a self-restraint, it's a restraint placed by the powers that be. How does that affect the way you see yourselves, plural, as an opposition party? How can you really oppose if at the same time you're concerned about what will happen if you oppose too strenuously?
Yeah, and this is something that I have to be learning as I go along since September 3. Because it was one thing when I was an opposition spokesman on health, just being a candidate. The worst they could do for me was to spend a lot of money against me in the seat, which they did. But no, when you are dependent on programs that you're writing being approved, if they decide that they're going to make you suffer, they can make you suffer. If roads need to be fixed, if drains need to be cleaned, if schools need to be prioritized for rehabilitation, for social programs, to be approved, you have to have the support of the government. A simple thing like the hurricane relief right now, it took a lot of advocacy for us to get the increase in the allocation for the MPs. And even then, it's a small amount. It's almost as if you're begging the government to give you some of the taxpayers' money to help the taxpayers. And you'll see the pattern again of control, of just giving you enough crumbs to keep you dependent, even as a member of parliament. When you saw the shift from before the parish council, a lot of stuff used to be run through the parish council. Sorry, not through the parish, through the MPs when there were 49 members of parliament. Everything was MP. MP get fertilizer, MP get black tanks, MP get everything because it's 49 of them and 14 on the opposition side. No, nothing is being run through MPs. Everything is state agencies and ADPEM and this and direct allocations coming out of OPM, etc. So you find that they channel things through their own structures to benefit their members of parliament. And then who are you as an opposition? You're just begging and beseeching and advocating for your constituents, and is almost so you become a part of a system that is very difficult to change from within. And one would think that if you want to really change the system, you have to have a seat at the table. But if you're not an equal at the table, then you can't make a difference. When you're not a part of the oversight committee to see how the resources are being allocated, you can't have a voice. All you can do is have a press conference, or you go to parliament and talk until you turn off your mic and criticize. And then people say the only thing you're doing is criticize. But as I said, the opposition are part of the government. But is it just a token presence where we will then 6 months later at PAC and PAAC say, oh, where did this money go? Why did this person get this contract and it wasn't value for money? That is the role that we've been reduced to. Opposing for opposing's sake, as they claim, because we have no other way to play a role in governance. We have a seat at the table, but we're not seen as equals. And because they have the vote, the majority, they'll pass whatever they want to pass. And all we can do is protest and walk out or abstain.
You know, this is, and I one of the things we do on a Saturday is we try to teach civics, how laws are passed, the roles and the responsibilities of parliamentarians, a whole range of subject matters, things that should be taught in school, but they're not. And for some people listening to you now, it's kind of disheartening, because I tell you what, when you say, hey, our numbers increased by 100%, we went from 14 to 28. Some people, they're under the misconception that you have twice the amount of power. So if you didn't have any power, now you have some power. And so when you try to explain to them that if it requires a majority vote, they vote as a block. And so we're just there. So could you please talk to that, speak to that point? And I mean, you did a while ago, but I needed to do it so that the man who didn't go to school can understand that just because we have twice the number of parliamentarians prior to September 3rd, it doesn't mean that we have greater powers, at least not now. Maybe when you start heading the oversight committees and things like that. Please.
Right. So the the Westminster model, where it's first past the post gets the government, and they get all the trappings of power with that. Now, in a mature democracy, you must respect the opposition. And in previous years, it has been a consultative democracy whereby prime ministers would sit with the leaders of the opposition and take into consideration that, I am not going to be in power forever. So when these guys are in power, I want them to treat me and my party the way I am treating them now. So it was almost a sort of a gentleman's agreement that today for me, tomorrow for you. So I'm going to make sure that your constituents are taken care of. I'm going to make sure that you have a seat at the table, that we have consultation. And that is how, despite the rivalry, PJ and Siaga, they lived. They had their talks, they had the discussions, but at the end of the day, it was understood that PNP's time in power must come to an end. And then Bruce Golding had the same concept when he gave the chairmanship of the committees to the opposition, because he believed more in a consultative approach to it. So, yes, you have the majority and so on, but at least let me give you the chairmanship so that we are not going to overrule everything that you say. Contrast that now with the first disagreement we had on the first day of Parliament. We object and still do to the wife of the Prime Minister being the Speaker of the House because it's a clear conflict of interest. You go to a vote, we're going to be outvoted. We raise the issue again. Why don't we go back to the opposition chairing the committees, as was started by Bruce Golding and continued by Portia Simpson Miller, but stopped by the current Prime Minister. Again, that was just simply shut down because they have the majority. What they cannot do is make the constitutional changes that are needed at a 2/3 majority, because they no longer have that 2/3 majority. So when they're going to race through the extension of their age of retirement for the DPP because they wanted that particular DPP to stay on, and they had the 2/3 majority, so they, with all of the archaic laws that are need to be updated, they ignored all of that, and within a few days they tabled the bill, passed it, went to the Senate, came back, and all of that because they had that 2/3 majority and they voted as a bloc. They can't do that anymore. So at least for constitutional matters requiring 2/3 of a majority to pass, they don't have that unfettered power that they had before. But for simple majorities, they're just going to bulldoze their way through, and we have seen that happen, and we don't expect anything to change. It is unfortunate that we are being shackled by the system where this gentleman's agreement that you treat the opposition with respect is no longer honored. Where do we go from here? The pot is boiling. One day it is going to boil over. The people who are most disenfranchised, those who create the revolutions, are never those who are the comfortable ones in society. But it's always coming from those who are uncomfortable and the ones who have no friends who they're going to offend when they start speaking out, no contracts to lose, no boat to be rocked that is going to lead to persons dependent on them, whether constituents, workers, or friends. You're not going to be able to, it's not somebody who has all of those people dependent on them who's going to come out and start this revolution that may be necessary if you want to speak about a Paul Bogle. It's going to be somebody coming from the masses with nothing to lose. The unfortunate thing is that given the current situation in the country, there are so many people living out there now with nothing to lose.
Well said. You mentioned contracts. I want to shift your attention now to procurement. It's a pet subject of mine. How prepared is the opposition to ensure that the contract provisions are adhered to? And here's why I asked the question. Because we're in an emergency situation now. So now they can do direct contracting and they can list it as an emergency. and they can give the contracts to whomever they want to give these contracts to.
Mhm.
I find that a lot of people, they're not paying attention to the bottom line. They're not paying attention to how much money is being given to these people to provide services or goods, when you could make a comparison on the open market. They just give contracts, give contracts, give contracts, give contracts. In a few weeks, months or whatever, the opposition will chair some of these oversight committees. How do we know that it's not just a seat at the table and that's it? Because they'll just give these contracts, and then you're sitting there at the chair and you'll say, "Hey, where this contract going?" And they'll say, "All right, fine, yeah, it went to this guy." And but there are going to be so many contracts flying around that how are you going to pay attention to all of these things? Is there a strategy?
It's always in hindsight that these contracts are going to be investigated. So this is why we insisted on having an oversight committee that not only includes the opposition, but members of civil society and the private sector. They absolutely refused to do so. And what they wanted instead was an oversight committee in Parliament where we would be members. But then it would just be a seat at the table where they're just passing contracts and we can't say anything. So what's going to happen now is that you don't have any oversight of these direct contracting methods. And we know how they inflate prices and their friends benefit. 6 months from now, when it gets to the committees where we have some control over, we can summon them to ask questions, all we'll be doing is to say, you should not have spent so much money. There was no value for money, but the money is gone.
What exactly?
And this is what they want. So they have no intention at all of having oversight from independent observers from civil society and the PSOJ. Because some of the PSOJ is going to say, no, man, you can't pay so much money for this when the market rate is that.
Mm-hmm.
When you send a team out and you're like, all right, you spend $100 million to do this cleanup, but it seems like $2 million worth of work. We can't sign off on this. In real time, you can stop the corruption if you have a proper oversight committee, and that is what they're refusing to allow. And what they're doing now is to concentrate the spending and all of these contracts and procurement in one place, the office of the Prime Minister. So it is more hidden now than ever before. To say even you're looking at procurement in different ministries where you may have different leakers who may send out information to someone to load it up, and then it embarrasses them. What they're doing now is to remove the potential for leakers in all of the different ministries by having this National Reconstruction Committee within the office of the Prime Minister, where ODPEM collecting all of the donations and sending out is within the office of the Prime Minister. So it is a select cabal that is there now running the entire country with just token ministries and ministers who they're not a part of procurement and spending, and absolutely no oversight at all. It's gone.
Let me take this opportunity to ask you, if you don't have to answer me, but just think about it. Would be willing to have people from the diaspora involved in this oversight committee, the one outside of Parliament, because you do have a committee in Parliament already that's responsible.
Exactly, and that's why we say it doesn't make any sense. You invite us to another committee for oversight when it already exists.
Correct. So, but here's the thing: the government calls it a movement. It's called the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, and they're supposed to provide advice and supposed to consult with the government about national development, things like this, what's going on now. And so I think it's only fitting that if we can provide guidance to the Jamaican government from overseas, then there's no reason why we can't provide guidance to the Jamaican government in Jamaica. I mean, it's just a medium like we're using right now. I mean, you don't have to be physically present. And even if you have to be physically present, I'm sure there are people in the diaspora who would gladly go to sit on these committees, just to ensure that you get value for money, because we're not getting value for money. And we can go to the drill, and so the people are mentioning it in the chat. We can go to the drill, we can go to the buses, we can go to a whole host of things. But let me come to this point regarding contaminated food, especially now. It was recently reported that containers of cornmeal, flour, and red peas deemed unfit for human consumption was housed in a couple containers in St. James, and the containers now are gone. And I saw something where the government put something, or somebody put something out as a public service advisory, saying be careful where you buy your flour, your cornmeal, and your red peas, because these items, they've been, at least containers of them have been declared unfit for human consumption, but the containers are missing. Have you heard anything about this? And what would be your advice to people? You know, poor people are going to buy this, you know, we know that. What is your advice to, what's your take on this whole thing? You know, you have security issues here, you have health issues, you have all kinds of issues. And then what would be your advice to people out there?
But, you know, until you raise it, I didn't even know about it, because nobody's talking about it. It's almost hush-hush. We hear in the rebuttals to Buju Banton's allegations that nothing is going missing from our warehouses. But yet you have containers missing. Containers are no small boxes or barrels. This is from somebody with resources. This is not a little man doing something for containers to go missing or to be emptied out. This is somebody who is connected, and it's not going to find itself into the corner shops, because there are no corner shops. It's going to find its way into supermarkets and established wholesales, etc. There are a lot of rackets being run in Jamaica. And even when we talk about prey larceny, it's not a little man stealing a goat or a cow. When a farmer loses 60 goats or 100 goats in one night, there's no deep freeze in a man's backyard that's going to hold all of that meat. It is a massive establishment that is going to take it. There are a lot of people in suits and ties collecting awards for being stellar Jamaicans and so on. And they're some of the biggest criminals, because they fund these networks and they get their wealth from assimilating into their legitimate enterprises ill-gotten goods. So when things get disappear out of customs, or things get evaded and evading duties, and they go into, and we're going to hear a lot more in the ensuing weeks about how sophisticated the evasion of customs duties are through routing things through legitimate organizations with tax breaks. You can stick a pin on that one and we come back to it. But these things are not going, it's not informal establishments you're going to get it from. It's distributors who can handle a container load of cargo and sending it off and subselling it and reselling it. That's where it's come from. You know, say, you know, is it Cherry Gardens have the most blood money? It's not like from prey larceny to where large volumes of carcasses are treated with is not a little operation that does that. Where you hear bad rice comes into the country and then there's a permit granted for it to come off the wharf, where goods just go missing like this, even after they're condemned and deemed unfit for consumption. There are big players, connected players involved, and it's part of the reason why the inequalities in Jamaica continue to exist.
You've been an outspoken critic, and rightfully so, of the government. And I see in the chat where people are asking about your safety and your security. Politics is a dirty business, particularly in Jamaica. Have you given any thought to your safety and security? Given that, yeah.
I used to, but I mean, what's the most they can do?
They can make you a Paul Bogle.
I don't want to end up on any money. I can't tell you that. I can't tell you that. I want to enjoy my life, yes. But you know, yeah, if you have a conscience and you're in a position to do something about it, you have to do something about it. That's it, plain and simple. I mean, there are people out there who maybe they don't have the platform that I have, but they are speaking out. They're doing their own little thing. And what a lot of what I say, the information I get and why I can speak so confidently, even when I'm threatened with lawsuits and all that, is because the bona fide information that I'm getting, it's coming from people who are risking their lives to provide me with that information, because nobody's going to be there to protect them. They're not going to be protected by, say, me being in public office is going to harder. So right now it's not murder, you're going to murder me, it's assassinate, it name, if you try to kill me. There are people out there who they'll just disappear and nobody will remember them, but they're feeding me the information with the hope that I will make it public and something will come of it. So these are the true heroes. They have to remain nameless. There's one guy now giving me some information about some stuff that's going to break, and they bought a little banger phone, and that's the only way we keep in touch. But at the same time, the information that I'm getting is everything checks out.
Well, let me ask
there are heroes out there, and they're the ones really risking their lives, because if they ever find out what they're doing, they'll make them disappear, because it's serious food that they're messing with.
Let me ask you, you said that your source has a banger phone. Do you have a banger phone? I hope you do. Don't answer. No answer. But listen, I'm going to ask you a question, and then I'm going to do something which is a little...
Because I have to wrap up shortly.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you one last question, and then I'm going to ask you to do something that you probably have never seen done, never heard done. Judith here is asking about... Judith is asking... she said, Andrew need to go now, Dr. Dawes. We need y'all to have press conferences and take it to the street with the people peacefully. Andrew must not get away. If PNP was the government, he would not play. Here's the point I want to raise out of that comment. One of the things I've said is that the opposition should act like an opposition. And what do I mean by that? If I were in charge of the opposition, or if I were a member of the opposition, one of the things I would propose is that you have a youth organization. They're all students, bright students, impressionable students. I would have 2 or 3 or even 4 of them assigned to a ministry, several ministries, and then have them actually be like the ombudsman over these ministries. They know everything. They're supposed to become experts on those ministries, and then they can feed that information to the executives, and then the executives should have regularly scheduled press conferences so that the people get used to the idea of seeing you on a regular basis, talking about things, the ills affecting the common Jamaican. We don't see that. We see it on some instances when there is something, something happened over here. We see it, and then we don't hear from the in terms of a regularly scheduled press conference. We don't see it. Is there any thought about having a structure like that, where something is done in a disciplined, coordinated fashion, and then it percolates to the executives, who can then have a regularly scheduled conference with entire Jamaica?
That's a good idea, and I'm going to suggest it. So thank you. But one of the criticisms, you see, the problem is that we are coming out of 2 years of campaigning, and the country is bitterly divided. And then right away, we have this natural disaster and we just can't come together. So when we make our statements, you'll hear that, oh, why they have to call a press conference for that, and it's the wrong medium, and they're making it political. So the messaging immediately when they see something coming from the opposition, they shut down. Even people who want to believe that they are objective, they are not. They have chosen a side. In the US, it's liberal versus conservative. And as bright as judges are, and as much as you expect them to be impartial and dispassionate, in the Supreme Court, a liberal judge will vote along liberal lines, and a conservative judge will vote based on which president appointed him. And these are supposed to be the most impartial persons there and brilliant legal minds in the Supreme Court in the US. And if it can happen at that level, it's going to happen in everyday discussions, because what you'll find happening is that somebody has already, in their subconscious, decided that your PNP, therefore, is foolishness you're talking. So they look for logical reasons to say it's foolishness you're talking about. And it goes the other way around as well. So we have become so polarized now that it is hard to have meaningful discussion where you will see facts and appreciate them for what they are. I mean, at the press conference when I spoke about the outbreaks, some people say, all right, yes, fine, but why are you saying it at a press conference? You're playing politics. But where is the forum? If you try to talk about it in Parliament, they shut off your mic.
Right. Well, brother, all I can tell you is ignore ignorance. Last thing. I'm going to ask you to ask me and ask the rest of the diaspora a question.
I'm going to ask a question. What do you think you can do to effect the change in Jamaica, given how apathetic we are as a people, where we're not even coming out to vote? The voter turnout is the same as during COVID. And the reason we gave for that low voter turnout was that it was COVID. Now we're having the same thing. We're that apathetic. And we trace in the comments on the articles in social media, but we do nothing. What is the diaspora going to do for us to save us from ourselves?
All right. Good question. Let me tell you what this corner of the diaspora is doing, because this corner of the diaspora, we're not chummy with government officials. We're not interested in going to cocktail parties. We're not interested in developing personal relationships so that we can acquire some kind of financial benefit from it. No, we're here talking about people. The first thing we want to do is to educate our people. Without education, you can't have any mass mobilization, because one of the worst things you can have is to have people standing out there and you don't know why they're there, because then you can't get that passion out of that person. When somebody understands and they believe, that's a recipe for success. So the first thing we have to do with our people, and we try to do that every time we come on social media, is to educate them about what's going on. Now, we understand that you're going to have people saying this and that, but we've challenged people. And one of the things we've said is, we understand why you would be offended because of what I'm saying, because of an emotional investment, not because you're truly searching for facts. Because if you're truly searching for facts, what we would challenge you to do is to say to us, this, what you're saying is wrong, and here's the reason why. And then we can have a rational discourse. But if you're calling, we say, no. So we try to educate people. That's the first thing. The second thing is, there is an organization called the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council that could be of tremendous importance to not only people living in the diaspora, but also people living in Jamaica. That organization is led, controlled, influenced, directed by the government of Jamaica. It was established in 2020. There are 4 governing members of this council, if you would. Three of them live in Jamaica. 3 of them are members of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. And the 4th member, who's a diaspora member, is appointed by the government of Jamaica. So you see what's going on. So there's an election coming up, and we have that gone left me. Doctor, can you hear me? All right. See, people just jump on my soapbox, no. I jump on, because, you know, when you know your subject matter and you're confident, you people have to tell you to stop talk, you know?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So what we want to do is we want to control this, because this organization, we believe, is a stooge of the government. It's a creation of the government, and we believe that it should be a standalone. And if it's a standalone and it's a registered 501c3 charitable organization, then it can deal with the government as equals. Right now, it's being dealt with as a subordinate. Once we get to that stage, then we know that we can actually have some influence about things that are going on in Jamaica. We're not trying to control the place, but there are things that we are completely dissatisfied with right now. Here's a case in point. We're sending a relief assistance to Jamaica, and we don't have one organization, an umbrella organization here that we can say, okay, let's just, no, there's no streamlining. Everybody do them own thing and this and that. And we said, no, if you had a 501c3 charitable organization, you could raise funds throughout the year. And when something like this happens, we could say, as a collective, we're going to help our brothers and sisters. Yeah. And the thing that is so sad about it right now is that if you did an informal poll in the US, by extension, maybe anywhere overseas where you have Jamaicans, they'll tell you, we're not give nothing to the government. That is the overwhelming sentiment. We're not giving them nothing because why? We cannot trust them. Why we can't trust them? Because they have a history of fraud, waste, abuse, mismanagement, you name it. Not to mention pilfering. So people just say,
you're not rubbing butter up puss mouth, is what you're saying.
Exactly. Exactly. So those are two of the things that we're thinking about doing, is to have an umbrella organization that we can actually represent the diaspora and talk to the Jamaican people, talk to the government, whoever is in power. And the first one though is to educate our people about what's going on. Because at the end of the day, I'm telling you, there are so many people living in the diaspora who want to spend the end of their days in Jamaica. They want to live, finish out their days on this earth, die, bury in Jamaica. And I see them retiring where? I see them retiring in Barbados. I see them retiring in South Africa. I see them retiring in Panama. I see them retiring all over the place, except where they want to be. They want to go to Jamaica, but they said the conditions are not amenable for us to go home and live and die and spend the rest of our days. No. So those are the two things that, and the third thing is, we were promised, and you know what they say about a promise, it's a comfort to fools. We were promised that three things. We were promised, one, that we would be able to vote in Jamaican elections from overseas. We know that's going to require some effort because the Constitution is involved. We were told that we were going to be provided a seat in the Senate. Know that there's some work there, Constitution involved, and that we were going to be placed on boards in Jamaica. And Doc, I've been hearing this talk go back as far as 2014, 2015. Nothing, none of the three things, none of them has happened. None. So that's why I'm asking you to advocate for us when you start talking about this oversight committee and you talk about the churches and civil society. Don't forget the diaspora, please.
I would, and as I said, you know, you're not beholden to anybody. You're not worried about contracts, and you even put it a step further, offending the people who are going to invite you to the cocktail parties. And that is what puts you in a unique situation where your patriotism will not be diluted by opportunities that would be lost should you decide to rock the boat. But I thank you for being on.
Last word. I was just going to say the last word is yours, please.
Yeah, man. So I just want to thank you all for what you're doing. And yes, the donations are going a long way But I think your advocacy and holding the feet of the government to the fire will do even more in the long run to help those who are the beneficiaries of the care packages that you're sending. So go and put in the work, and at
Yes,
the same time, don't stop talking. One love.
I won. One love. Take care
All
of
right.
yourself, people. Bless up. Yes, people. That was we call him the firebrand doctor, because him not just sit down in a corner like in my backbench and just watch the world go by. He's actually saying things, doing things, fighting on behalf of the Jamaican people. And we compliment him and we support what he's doing. So there you have it. Yeah, man, big up yourself, Dr. Dawes. Big up yourself, big up yourself. I want to thank him for coming on and spending valuable time with us. He didn't have to do it, folks, and we didn't have to twist his arm either. He just said, fine, no problem. I'll gladly come on and have a discussion with you. So there we go. All right. OT, what we are going to do now? What we are going to do? Oh, what we have people. I'm going to play you a couple of videos. Here is one, and then we're going to talk about the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, the election, the upcoming election, because they've changed the dates, but they haven't changed the dates on the website. But we have received information that the dates have been changed. Not sure if it's official or not, because with these folks, you just never know. But I can tell them one thing: winning is losing for them. That's all I can tell them. And if they figure out the Jankro statement made by Zara, then they'll figure that one out. That winning is losing for them. They'll figure that one out. You wanted this, Opal? You wanted this now, or you want to leave this for later? Okay. Because I was going to tell you, big it up if you're going to do it, because I can't really see it. Let me move this. Oops. Uh-oh. Okay. All right, folks. Here is the Prime Minister. I'm going to play a video with the Prime Minister, Ramesh, the guy named, the gentleman, and he's sitting down having a discussion with the Prime Minister about the relief effort. And then I'm going to play you something by Tyrese. And pay particular attention to what the Prime Minister said in the first one, but then on the second one, I want you to pay even greater attention to what Tyrese is saying, because he was in Jamaica. Here's the first one.
Big boss.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. I've been following you on your pages, and I see that you have been around the island. I see that you have been delivering care and humanitarian support to several communities, some of the worst affected communities. And I want to thank you and your team, because I see you have a massive team behind you.
Big up to my team.
Yeah. But I also want to thank the other entertainers that I have seen doing their part, their contribution. I don't want to call too many names, but some of them immediately come to mind. I see Cartel, I see Spice,
Ding Dong,
as Ding Dong, TJ,
yeah, man. Sean Paul, Shaggy,
of course, Sean Paul, Shaggy,
all of them. Mafika, I do,
yeah,
all of them. Sasko,
Sasko, yeah. I saw Buju. Yeah.
Everybody has stand up, man. Bounty, Beanie, all of them. All of the dancehall family, them really have stand out. Even the smaller names, them, I can see that everybody putting out and reaching out. So it's not a one thing. The entire music fraternity, from reggae dancehall, Jamaican people, them, they really stepped up.
Well, tell me, what's been your experience like?
Well, my experience has been, touching in so much ways, because I love my country and I love my people. Them. I travel the world, and Jamaica has come with a different feeling and a different vibe. But going into the places that get damaged, I haven't gone everywhere, but I've gone to a lot, because I don't just stop on the main and give away stuff. I go in the areas and I go door to door and If somebody's zinc off, I give them some zinc or some tarpaulin. If somebody needs some ply, I give them some ply. I've given out more than 7,000 care packages. I've used more than 500 zinc, more than 1,000 tarpaulin. So it's been a lot of work, and I have to thank the Jamaican people and the people overseas and the artists as well, because a lot of them give donations, as well as my company jump in. But it's been rough out there, but the mindset of Jamaican people is what keep you going, because them always happy, them always jovial, them always find a way to overcome stuff. I just want the people to know that we can't live like this. We have to move on. We have to continue doing the business. We have to continue opening up our factories. We have to just
move towards returning.
We have to go, and it will gradually, slowly happen. But if we just make this whole way down and keep it down, it will never happen. Yeah. So we have to just keep moving.
But that's the spirit, and that is commendable, and that's what we want to see. That people who are influential, people who have made their name from the culture and who have represented us, that they give back. And I think that is excellent. I think that is very good. And I want to commend all Jamaicans who have used their own resources, their own initiative, and have gone out to support Jamaica's relief effort. It is very important.
Very, very important.
Very important.
You alone can do all of the work, you know.
Yeah, no, well, you know.
This destruction, you alone can do all of the work. I have help you.
Well, I need help.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit here and tell you that, you know, the government can do it all alone. I want to again thank you for your civic mindedness. Thank you for popping by and telling me of the work that you have been doing and the work.
All right, you notice something, people. You notice that a lot of these artists, they're not doing it in conjunction or in cooperation or in collaboration with the government. They're doing it on their own. That's what you should take away from that piece. That the Prime Minister, I big up this man, and the man, I tell the Prime Minister what he's doing. So he's saying, I don't care what the government is doing. And in fact, I don't think the government is doing as much as it should, because you hear what he said, I don't stop on the main, I go into the communities. The government is not doing that. So sometimes you have to make sense out of nonsense. The Prime Minister is woefully inadequate for the job. And he's saying, yeah, I'm glad, the guy's saying, well, we have to help you. Think about that. We have to help you, the government, but we're not working with you. We're doing our own thing. And that is because there is distrust. People don't trust the government, and for very, very good reason. For very good reason. Listen to this.
Of Jamaica. Just want to say thank you again for embracing me. And in closing, I will say this. I love you. I see you. My heart breaks for you. The deepest place in my heart. I love you. I see you. I appreciate you. And I am committed to doing whatever it takes to help. Along with Reach Out Worldwide, along with Mona Scott Young, along with all of the other resources that we're going to continue to work through and navigate through with the intentions of showing up to do the best that we can. We're going to try our best to align ourselves with the right political figures.
Well, people, you hear that? He didn't say we're going to align ourselves with the government. Tyrese knows. Tyrese knows exactly what's going on in Jamaica. Listen to this again, people. Listen.
To align ourselves
Let me take it back.
with the intentions of showing up to do the best that we can. We're going to try our best to align ourselves with the right political figures who has the right heart and the best of intentions towards the people. There's a lot going on in Jamaica. But
people. Here's a philanthropist. Here's a man who's come to Jamaica to provide resources. And listen carefully to what he's saying. When I heard it the first time, I was taken aback because I thought that, you know, he would come and he would just give stuff and show up for the photo op and then leave, and then that would be it. Hear what he said. He is aware of what's going on in Jamaica. He is very aware of what's going on. And what he's saying is that we're not giving our stuff to the government. Because remember, now what happened to Shaggy? And Shaggy and all of them artists, I know, them link at some point. Them link. And listen to this, man. I won't play the whole thing, but you need to hear this piece of people. You need to hear this.
we're going to try our best to align ourselves with the right political figures who has the right heart and the best of intentions towards the people.
Hold on, let me ask all of you something. Do you think that the Prime Minister is the best political figure? Do you think that the Prime Minister has the right heart? And do you think that he really cares about the people of Jamaica? One more time.
Right political figures.
There we go.
We're going to try our best to align ourselves with the right political figures who has the right heart and the best of intentions towards the people. There's a lot going on in Jamaica, but we're going to align ourselves with the right political figures and the right people to make sure that all of our efforts actually reach the people. That's what's important.
That's what's important. That's what's important. What he's said there in a nutshell is that the government is not getting our stuff. We're going to make sure that it gets to the people, not to the government. And you can't blame him. Can't blame him. So, OT, you can move. What's this food handling one here, OT? Let me just play this video and see what's going on.
Richards, your food safety girl, food safety communicator, and advocate. Let's talk about some ways in which you can tell if food is safe to consume. Use your 5 senses. Look at it, feel it, touch it, smell it. If you're in doubt, throw it out. For dry commodities, make sure they're not discolored, they don't look cakey, and there's no mold growth or any discoloration. For drinking water, make sure it's clear. If you suspect that your water is contaminated, feel free to add chlorine.
She's giving good advice, but here's the problem. The problem is that the assumption is people have food, and then so now you check it out and the food and water and check it. A lot of these people don't have, and I'm very worried about the 4 containers of contaminated flour, cornmeal, and red peas. That is probably on the market already. I'm worried about our people because people are going to buy this unknowingly, unwittingly. They're going to buy it. Tony B, you're right. And I mean, says Tyree said the right political figures with the right heart, and the best intention for the people of Jamaica. I him say that. So it's why my people, it's rough. It's rough. Here's what we're going to do now. Let me just put up this for those of you who have not registered. You need to register for the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council's election that's coming up, and we're going to show you we're going to show you how to access the website, and then we're going to show you the new dates. The website doesn't reflect the new dates, but if you can go ahead and register tonight, tomorrow, please go ahead and register. Go ahead and register. And then after that, we're going to open the phone line and call, and you can talk about any subject. Appear bright people around in that corner here. So you can call, and if one bright person can't answer, another one will. So if you ask a question and I can't answer, OT will answer it. Or if OT can answer it, people in the chat will answer it. Because remember I said all that we are university stylists, right? And all that we are thinkers, all that we are critical thinkers. We don't have no dunce bat around here. We don't have any dunce bat around here. All of the people around here, they're critical thinkers. And when you say education, we're not just talking about formal education, because some of the most educated people I've ever met, they don't have a college degree. Remember that. Having a formal education is only one way of being educated. It is not the only way. And I'm preaching to the choir, because I'm sure a lot of you out there, you have mothers, fathers, brothers, who sharp as a tack, but they don't have a college degree. But you really, if you have the smarts, you really don't need one. You want one, but you don't really need one, because some people can get by without having that formal education. In fact, some of those people who are informally trained, they can teach the people who are formally trained. So there we go. Here it is. If you go to, go again, OT, Jamaica, me. Go. Put it in the chat for me there, please, OT. And here is, I can't big it up. Kevin, why you there? I'm saying Deb out, so I don't know him there. But we're going to do this again on Saturday. What we need you to do is, when you go to the website, you will have 3 choices, and you see them right there. You have voter registration, nominate, and check vote. You only need to focus on the one to the left, voters registration. And then when you click right here, it come up like this, and there it is right there. Your name. Hold on, folks. So form, and your name, your date of birth, your place of birth, your address, and then it says select country, and right here where it says select country, that is where you live. And then it says select a territory or select a region, and that is, like, for example, you'd say USA, and then the region would be Northeast, South, or the West. And then, are you Jamaican by? And if you click on this, and this is Jamaican by, there it is, Jamaican by birth, descent, adoption, marriage, naturalization, other. So you just click on one of them. Most of you will be checking birth, followed by, I think, descent, and then marriage. The region is a region, so it's Canada, UK, US. So if you live anywhere on the Northeast, any one of the states on the Northeast, from Vermont to Virginia, it would be Northeast right here. Oh, you guys can't see it. Okay. Oh, it's not showing up over on that screen. But anyway, the only thing you have to upload is a picture ID, whether it's a passport, driver's license, whatever you have. You just put it up there. And for those of you who are worried about your personal data, just keep in mind that I will confirm it by this Saturday, but I've been told that the election will be conducted by a reputable university in the Northeast, and that they're going to delete your information after 3 months. I registered. I got my token. Was your nomination successful? When does voting start? All right, good. Reggae Medic. All right, here we go. This is the, let me put up this. Let me take this down. Here we go. We can't make this any bigger, but you can make it bigger, OT. All right, here, where are we now? Today's the 19th. So the 19th of November. Right now, registration is ongoing. Nomination is ongoing until January 19th. Until January 19th, right? And then January 21st, they're gonna announce to the world who the candidates are. So, for example, they'll say, okay, it's Rattigan, it's this, is that for this region. It's Mr. X, that Jeffrey Tavares South. It's this, that. They'll give you that information, and then you vote from the 28th of January to the 20th of February. So we have some time, but I want you to go ahead and vote. I want you to go ahead and register now if you haven't done so. Go ahead and register, because this is about, especially if you live in if you live in Jamaica, you can't vote. You're not eligible to vote. But people in the diaspora, I'm talking about, especially my people who live in my region, you need to register and vote for a change, because you're not just voting for a private club where people can anchor with officials. No, you're doing this because you're hoping that it's a safe haven, it's a safe space, it's a resource center, it's a place where you can go and you can contribute, or it's a place where you can go and you can get assistance. So you have people in the diaspora, they're homeless, some of them living in shelters, you have people with medical condition, you have people with all kinds of conditions, and we should provide an avenue where people can travel on that avenue, get to a place where they say, okay, I need some help, and we can provide some help. A lot of diaspora organizations are doing it. Why aren't we doing it? Why are our representatives cuddling up to Jamaican officials? And it's more about personal aggrandizement. It's more about them than it is about the people who voted them in. Part of that too is that a lot of people don't even know about this organization. And that's why we're here. We're here to let you know, that you understand what this is about, so that you can become a part of it. And if you have resources, we're asking you to make that contribution. Not now, because they call it now a movement. They don't call it an organization. It's not registered. And the problem with that is, I went and I looked at the definition of a movement as opposed to an organization. And I want to thank Cora for sending me that thing on Sunday. And here's the thing. A movement is generally a collection of people uniting for a common cause, such as human rights violations. They're seeking some kind of relief against a government, right? Or an organization. Ask yourself this: what kind of relief is the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council seeking, and from whom? They're not seeking any relief. Because they call themselves a movement, and they said that they are providing consultation and advice to the Jamaican government. It's not a movement. Ralva, big up yourself. I mean, at the place, man. They might fight against me still, you know. But we have a plan for them, Ralpha. We have a plan for them. But yeah, man, you know the place, you know. And see them put something right there, so them have something here. Where the OT where you can where is it? Campaign. Here it is. You can campaign from the 21st of January to the 27th of January. That's a campaigning period. I don't even know what they mean by that. These people have no clue what they're doing. But anyway, we're going to play by them rules until we can change the rules. So if them think they won't stop me, they make a sad mistake. Because even when them win, them lose. Even mark my words, people. Even when them win, them lose. Even when them win, them lose. All right. We can move that, OT. And let's see you throw this up, OT. This Melissa. I don't know what you want me to do with that. Because me don't go work the phone line. Because it's 9 o'clock, you know. And oh, by the way, people, this Saturday, for those of you who experienced the cliffhanger last Saturday, and for those of you who didn't hear about it, you're hearing about it now. We had a cliffhanger last week concerning the Prime Minister and the election. The elections. Plural. 1997, 2015. And what we're doing, we're using them as bookends. You know, like, you put the book in the middle of the two bookends for all the book them together. And what we're doing is we're going to show you what happened in 1997, 1998. Well, let's just say the 1997 election. It occurred in December of 1997. And we're going to juxtapose that. We're going to compare and contrast that 1997 election with the election that was conducted in September of this year in the Prime Minister's constituency. Last week we showed you one thing, and a lot of you were blown away. We're going to show you the full picture this Saturday. You can't afford to miss this Saturday, people. You can't. We're going to show you that I go around, come around. You will understand when you see the picture. And just so you know, a lot of people are unaware of it, but they had a hearing yesterday on this issue. The issue of the Prime Minister's election. Then yesterday they had it. We don't know what the court is going to rule. The court hasn't ruled yet. We don't know what the court is going to rule, but we have a pretty good idea of where the court is going to go. And on Saturday, we're going to talk to you. We're going to discuss. We're going to explain the whole thing to you. And I'm telling you, people, I'm telling you, when I lay out the case for you, you're going to walk away feeling, yes, whatever Rattigan is saying is going to happen. And if it does, should it come to pass, Jamaica is going to be in turmoil. Mark my words. That's one of the things we're going to talk about this Saturday. We're also going to talk about, we're going to look at two contracts, two government contracts, very simple contracts. And we're going to use those two contracts as object lessons. We're going to show you how money will go missing. And when I say go missing, we're going to show you how procurement rules, that's what I'm really getting at, how procurement rules are going to be violated. For Melissa, I'm not asking you. I'm telling you. So that we can start, Dr. Dawes and the opposition and civil society and the churches and the communities and international organizations, we can all look at it because we're going to be witnesses We're going to be witnesses as to what the government is doing with all the money flowing into Jamaica. And by the way, that money that's coming into Jamaica, people, that money is not to balance the budget, you know. That money is not to balance the budget. And if you notice what they're saying that the money is not coming in and going into the consolidated fund. It's not coming in going through PIOJ. The money is going to the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, OPEM. And where's that office? In the Prime Minister's office. That's where the money is going. Now, if we have a Prime Minister that we suspect, we highly suspect of being involved in curious financial matters, let's just put it that way. We're not going to accuse him. We just say we suspect that he's involved in curious financial matters. Why would you want money to go there? You know the old adage about puss and butter. Why would you want it to go there? Why? Well, that's where it is. And that's one of the shortcomings of our system. Because the Prime Minister said, effective immediately, it's moving. And what did the opposition do? Nothing. Why? Because there's nothing the opposition could do. Because that's just how the system set up. That's the nature of the system. You hear what Dr. Dawes said? Said just because they have twice the amount of parliamentarians on the opposition side, it doesn't mean that they have twice the amount of power. In fact, they have the same amount of power if whatever they're looking at in Parliament requires a majority vote. Because in Jamaica, them just vote as a block. Nobody not cross over to the other side. They just vote as a block. Hyacinth, that we just did that talk about. That we just did that talk about Hyacinth. Yeah, so Saturday, you see that Paul Buchanan and Andrew Holness case, the election. Tune in, people. Tune in. Because we're going to use it. We're going to use it to teach you. We're going to use it to teach you about civics. It's also going to be a civics lesson. The two contracts also will be a civics lesson. But that's our purpose around here, is to use these incidents, these events, as teachable moments. So we're not just going to tell you about who did what to whom, when, and why. No. We will do that, but we're also going to put it in the context of civics so that you can understand how the whole thing works. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. So we're going to be doing that. And then also we have the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation is partnering with a host of individuals and organizations, particularly in the Northeast and the South. And we will have someone here to talk about that and give you a sense of the scope of this partnership and the importance and the significance of it to the Jamaican people. And we tell people to give and to give generously. And you know, sometimes, a lot of times, there's comfort in giving. When you give and you know that it's going forward because you feel good. You really feel good. It does something for you emotionally. And especially when we have videotape showing where your things went, and we show you how people receive the things and how people are grateful for the assistance that you provided. So, and I think we have like maybe one or two more topics. We're going to talk about, I think we'll talk about ATPEM as well. The politics of ATPEM. We're going to show you that ATPEM, although the claim is that it's an independent agency objective. We're going to show you that it hasn't been divorced from politics. We're going to show you, and it's even worse now. But we're going to show you a curious case of ODPEM and politics. And you're going to shake your head. And again, people said, well, you do all of this, and what's the net effect? What do you hope to achieve? And like I said, the first thing we hope to achieve is education. Once people understand, that's the first step in the direction of change. Once people understand. Because once you understand, guess what? When you have someone who's ignorant in your presence, and I mean that not in a derogatory way, ignorant meaning that they don't know what's going on, you can school them. That is your responsibility. That is your mandate, to help your brothers and sisters come to an understanding of what the issues are. And each one will teach one. And once people start, and the government is very afraid of that. They want to keep you, in the words of one minister, dunce, dark, and stupid. That's where they want to keep you. And as long as you stay in that corner, everything will be fine. They'll rob, rape, pillage. They'll do whatever they want, and then they'll give you crumbs. And you'll be so happy because they've been starving you for such a long time. And you won't even realize that what they've taken off the table, it's yours. It should be the other way around. They should be getting the crumbs. But that's the way it is. So here we're going to know. Oh, where's the phone? Okay. All right. People, there's a phone number, 667-369-8569. Call us. Tell us what's on your mind. Come in with your observations, your criticisms, constructive. And if you want to vent, if you just feel like saying something, then now is the time. This is the place. The phone line is open, 667-369-8569. OT, is there anything else you want me to talk about? Because we don't want to give a...
United Recovery progresses from Hurricane Melissa's unprecedented challenges and coordination.
In Jamaica, and we have a new head commander who's been coming every press conference and doing such a fantastic job. And it's a difficult job because the scale is something we've never seen anywhere. And so
and he's been there at every press conference. And when Zara Burton got up to ask questions today, he was nowhere around. Them have to run, go grab him and bring him back. And he's the gentleman in charge of the recovery and all of these efforts that they're talking about. He's also in charge of, he's a military man. He's also in charge of, hold on 1 second, folks. Hold on. Carla, good night. Welcome to Come Reason with Rattigan.
Good night, Mr. Good night, everybody on the platform. Good night, OT. It's here.
Yeah, we can't hear you. Go ahead.
You hear me? All right.
Yeah, man. Loud and clear.
The first topic, my first topic is the 3 or 4 container where they say walk out of somewhere to St. James. You remember when the container a chicken he wash up in swim come a hell, when then people them say the chicken contaminated and wow, no go so. Those containers don't have enough food. You understand?
Yeah, go ahead.
Those containers don't have nothing near food. I swear. It's just a way to get rid of them powder and them bun. Those containers have no food. Okay. You have to think like a criminal to catch one. And just looking at what I say as a farmer investigator. The hurricane devastate enough persons, even myself. and other person worse than me, whatever. But it makes some people win. Some people win, just like a COVID. So in this now, when the airport get busy and this and everything and move, they just move the container them now and just use it as an alibi. Not go so.
Okay.
Okay, not that thing no go so. The only thing you can believe out of this government mouth, if they can tell us that they see a crocodile a fly, believe them. Anyhow, you hear in court and say, you see a crocodile in the sky, a fly, yes, believe him. And nothing cover them out of truth.
Okay.
And the next thing, I see the Prime Minister speaking with Ramesh. Big up yourself, Ramesh, and all of the other artists and everybody. Him don't realize, say, Ramesh fling him right on that bus. So, when me I look upon, in this age and stage, when you speak, it is there. Wonder if you ever go back and listen in speech them we make. And if there's nobody in the party can correct him, nobody in the PSOJ, nobody of authority, I will say, man, every time you talk, you put your foot in your mouth. What did them not realize? People is not so daft again and fool. It's only the few were aligned because them a drink honey and milk. Them know the truth, you know. Enough of them know the truth. Them know the truth, but because of the alignment, then just a work with the flow.
Mm-hmm.
I see the Prime Minister wife somewhere down at St. Elizabeth. And the people them a chat and a tell other girl. And she called, one of them say, him a left. And you know what she said to him? You can't leave it, man. I come like a hungry, you alone have said. What an insult. One body of people around you, and one person said, them all left. You said, no, you can't left yet. Because it's hungry, you are there, or it seems like hungry, you want absence. After she explained how the government run allocation to member of parliament and caretaker, you understand?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a country, I don't know, I don't know where it happened, but it's not nice. And as we tell you again, no container with no food, no contaminated food. Lie them, I tell you. That's a way to get out of it half a way there. They disguise people. And you know what liquid Jamaica, you know, price gouging. Everything raised 50, 200, 150. And I saw everything raised out of Jamaica. Even in our me live here from the parish, them a hold on pan rice. I hold on pan all the rice and marry the rice. So this is me back in the 1980. If you now buy so and so, you can't get rice. And that's a one.
Oh, they married.
These are the things that are happening.
Yeah.
And you have some private, may I tell you, you have some private sector out there. I see the MP coming out. Yeah, you see him, but in a tyrant. But the bag away my dirty chair package, you know. He have a logo upon it, a big establishment. So what I'm saying, if you, Mr. Rattigan, and me, I run an establishment, and me want to give back because of what happened, why would I have an MP behind their side? I mean, I pretend like I them do it with my logo.
Right.
So these are the things happening in Jamaica. Something have done, you know. Let
me ask you a question.
Do you know?
Done. Let me ask you a question. Do you know what?
The country cannot continue like this, sir.
Hold on, Ms. Pete. Let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Do you know what's included in the care packages? Hello?
Let me hear you, man.
Do you know what's included? Yeah, what inside of the care package?
Not hearing me?
No, not hearing you.
All right, go again. It's up my go. You know, go again.
Yeah, what's inside the care package?
Still not hear you.
All right, hang up. All right, hang up and come back. Let me take this call out. Caller, good night. Welcome to Come Reasons, Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Good night, Sir Rattigan. I'm calling from Boston. Just want to let you know that you teaching us is not in vain. You're educating us Jamaicans, and we appreciate it so much, because some of the things that we are open our eyes to, if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't know it. So don't ever dare think what you're doing is in vain. And who are the people who are saying to you, what next, Rattigan? You're saying all of these things. We're getting it in, because there's gonna be a revolution. Because after you keep getting all these wickedness from the government and we can't take it no more, we're dormant right now, you know. But trust me, somebody go and rise up. So what you're doing, it's not in vain, and we are learning. And our kids are learning. So if somebody's not teaching, you know, how we remember Parliament was never the thing. But now that because I'm just a thief and wicked, and we have to call him out, and nobody can agree, but you guys who are on YouTube and showing us and finding the documents and doing all that you're doing, it's not in vain. So I don't know why people are coming down on you. Rattigan, you're giving out all this information and what? You know, just keep on keeping on.
Right.
Me here and to talk about UPPEM is temporary. That's what he said today.
Mm-hmm.
That UPPEM is temporary because I have so much already in my office. Oh my God, this man is just a wicked man. But we just want to call you and make you know, say, what you're teaching us is not in vain. We're taking it in. So for the next generation, at least when we learn, we can, help our kids and our kids' kids. So this is the way. You know, I keep telling people that Proverbs 29:2, when the righteous is in authority. I don't know why people think that righteous and good-hearted man like yourself should not be in politics. We should, because crooked teeth in people like Andrew, nothing in politics. Because you don't love the people. You're not for the people. You're for your pocket. You know, and then we Jamaicans have to start loving each other. Put away my pretty car and my pretty house and all that nonsense and go back to loving each other and caring for each other. So you are the teacher who are teaching us who never know nothing about this politics and all of this craziness that's going on. You're teaching us and we're learning and we're understanding that what they're doing is wrong. Mm-hmm. Even the meeting that Mark Golden said, all right, put all these committees together, not the politician. Because as you said, some people are learned, but certain things they don't know. They're not a professional in that area. You know, you were FBI detective, you know certain things. You don't know what the doctor knows. Exactly. That's not your field.
True.
So just keep on keeping on. Don't ever think you're wasting your time. No, ma'am. You have a blessed night. Thank you.
Let me tell you something. Carla, not go yet, because you what when people like you, when you talk to me and you encourage me like this and you give me the inspiration and things like that. You know what? Me work even harder because I can't let down my people. Them people are depending on me. I can't let down my people. I want to ask you a question before you go.
Yes.
Did you register?
Listen, it's Tisa Taylor. I keep saying.
Never. All right. Don't say another word. Go so. Don't say another word.
No more.
Don't say another word. We talk soon.
Register. People go on and register because we want a change. As I hear you said, we have people here in the States or suffering, our own Jamaican brothers and sisters. Sometimes I go to my church and I see people packing up Rattigan and taking food home. They don't have it.
There you go.
And if we have the right people who are in an organization that can help out because again, you have some people who, as you said, want to go back home, but they're not comfortable with the government that's there.
True.
And they're old, bagging up food, going home from church.
True.
So if we have an organization, because I see the Asian them do it. They have that organization that take care of their people. They go in and they have a center and they have all of that. You know, it's not no pretty party and pretty heels and pretty necktie and pretty this and no, none of that crap. No. So what you're doing, listen, we appreciate you. Thank you again and have a blessed night.
Thank you so much. Big up yourself.
Yes, sir.
Yes, people, that we are talking about, you know. That we are talking about. We need people like this. I want people like this in the organization have to just move this thing forward because believe me, we are a force to reckon with. It's just that we some of us we don't have that education, and there's a tendency when you don't have the education that you can't reason with people. you know, you get stuck here stiff-necked. You know, you hold a certain position, and because there's nobody there to actually hold you, lead you, show you the right way, you maintain that position. And what happens is that we have to take the call, yeah? Good night. Welcome to Converies, Miss Rattigan. Now, this Miss P.
I'm me again.
All right, go ahead.
What you were saying?
Yeah, go ahead. No, I was asking you what's in the care package.
I don't know. I don't take any. I don't got extra near them. I was see the bag.
No, the reason why I ask is because I heard that in some of the care packages, them have flour and rice. I don't know what true it is. I was just told this. And then I started thinking, oh, wait a minute. If people
I don't know. I just see the bag, and then I was waiting on a taxi to go about my business. And then I hear some young lady, very young, strong young people, them a cuss. And they must say, if the company have a business in this community and he want to give back, why them not come by themselves with them manager and attorney? They must come with politics. When I see those people, I don't go near them, you know, because everything they have to do, have to put it on internet and things like that. And that not help me.
Okay. I see Patricia in the chat asked about the case with Mr. Buck.
Right,
yeah, I see Patricia in the chat asked about Mr. Buck. Patricia, anything you want to know about that case, you have to tune in on Saturday, because we're not only going to talk about the 2025 election, we're going to talk about the 1997 election. Because what you're going to see is a pattern. You're also going to see a practice. And we want you to kind of think through this thing carefully. Look at what happened in 1997. Look at what happened in 2015. And make a decision about what happened in between. I won't tell you what happened in between, but I will tell you what happened in 1997, 1998, and 2015. And you are going to be shocked. You're going to be shocked. Anybody who had any idea that the Prime Minister has not conducted himself in a manner befitting the way he has described himself, tune in on Saturday. Because if you feel that way, it's going to be worse. And if you don't feel that way, there'll be some stories will be told. Hold on one. Miss P.
Yeah.
I tell you what, let me take the caller from my brethren here now. I'm gone. Man up. Okay. Muffler, call me upon the regular line, Papa. Yeah, Miss P, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so those are the things that I say happen at Jamaica.
Donna, hold on a second there.
How much we determine.
Oh,
and every time these people come out, then they still pay a lie and not now move.
Hold on a second there. My mother said 2025, Sir Rattigan, not 2050. I stand corrected. Yeah, 1997, the election, December 1997, and it went over into 1998 because they had the election in December. Then there was an appeal to the constituted authority, and that appeal led to the election court, and they declared that the election should be run over in certain polling areas, and it was done. The Prime Minister lost, and then the Prime Minister appealed and went through the same process, and they had another election in 1998, and the Prime Minister won. That all took place in 1997, 1998. And then in 2025, September 3rd, we had an election. And we're going to talk to you about some serious election violations that occurred. Hold on, the people. Hello? Yeah. Hold the line. All right? Yeah, Miss P.
Yeah.
So give me your last word and before we grab that call.
Yeah, man. Guys, what may I say? Oh, Letitia James.
Yeah.
I hear a news, but we're not confirming about some like don't want to give Jamaican then we don't have no legal state, something like that. Could you look it up and confirm me? I don't think it mean if it's a suggestion or if you pass or you don't pass. So
Letitia James.
like
And what Letitia she want the Jamaicans? What is that?
For people, Jamaica mash up.
And she want to do what? What Letitia want to do?
Like she want to give them legal status, something like that. But I don't catch it if it pass in the Senate or them a suggest. But Letitia James, the lady where
me know we are talking.
in charge, and then
all right.
Not she alone.
All right.
She has one that some had a body.
All right, me and OT are gonna work on this thing, and we are gonna have an answer for you.
In a New Year.
Yeah, we're gonna have an answer for you. OT, I hope you take notes. We're gonna have an answer for you come Saturday, all right?
Yeah, man.
All right.
You can look for that. Yeah,
take care of yourself. We'll talk. All right. All right. My brethren, Andre, aka Moflat, there you are. Talk to me, brother. Wagwan.
Good night. Big up yourself and all. We love the fire where Mr. Dawes burn, you know. Because me and them man ever dep on the road with protests, you know. I will fight for the cause, you know. I will fight for the people, them, you know. And we ever dep on the street. Me I tell you. But when me that try to say Ratty, before we go in before we go down in the fire. You know me that saying in my head, it's like how the diaspora so powerful and them love to give back. And Jamaica mash up now. I mean, also enough of them did come in for do all type of thing, enjoy themselves and you know. So the look we can come in with a love to organize something because we not involve the government, you know. Because true, Mr. said the diaspora with the people them, I love the people them more than the government. So we don't have one local parish cooking, like we left this parish today, we're going to another parish and we are give the people them hot meal. The people them come at one location, we're not going on in a community and them know say boy we're going to do this a Sunday. So them can come Sunday, come drink them porridge, come get them look present, come get them look at this, come get them look at that. You understand? More than 50, I give people like that and it look like it's still not gone away.
Okay.
It's not gone away because every time when different people, unless some of the people them I get, and tell the people them say them don't get. Because of that, I say I go on some people pack up 10, 15, 20 bag. And the people them are most need it, them can hardly move to come to the location. You understand? Because them short of food, them short of water, them short of physical movements.
But here's the thing.
You understand what
let me ask you a question, right? If you bring the people them out of the rural, marginalized communities, and you bring them to a central location, and you give them one meal, or you give them 1 day's worth of meal, so them come and them have breakfast, lunch, dinner. What them do after that? Them go back? Because remember now, you're going to move from parish to parish, so you're gone. So you feed them for a day, but what happen after that?
Well, we always feed them for a day, just like where everybody chip in. Everybody chip in, you know. We alone can't do it, you know. But as time go by, we have to keep the people them firm and strong till them get the major help. So we know more people are coming, come give them some major help. Come here from other people who say, boy, them are come to do certain things themselves, like build up 2 houses, give people certain things so them can motivate themselves back on track. You understand what I say to you?
All right, I tell you what.
Can do.
All right, no, here what me do. Let me ask you that question. Tell me, because you have been to the the ground zero, or maybe not ground zero. You haven't been to, where have you been? You have been to what, Hanover, St. James, Trelawney? Oh, you go all of them?
All of the parish them again.
Okay, all right. So you've been in disaster areas. Tell me now, what do you think? Give me your opinion. You are the man now where we are looked to for advice, because you have been there. You've seen the suffering of the people, and you've been there several times. Give us, in your opinion, what would be a short-term strategy to help the people, and what would be a long-term strategy? Pretend, say, me are the Prime Minister now. I mean, I look to you, I mean, say, Sean, you go down there and see what I go on. Tell me how best I can address this situation for the people in the short term and also long term. Talk to me.
All right. First of all, what we need to do is evacuate the people them from out of the area. One area at a time. You can't do everything one time. So watch it now. You evacuate the people them, put them in a safe zone. You clean up that place, clean up, and you take time, rebuild them people there. But you can't do everything one time at every parish one time. So we're going to adjust them people here first for a period of time, so we can take time, put them back in them personal home, because nobody not feel comfortable with other place and other space. You understand? So watch it now. What we do is clean up from zone to zone. Seeing, evacuate them people from off of the street, under the shed, all of them place, they put them a proper home, start give them some proper meal. And give them make some educated people come in, come test them brains.
Well, hold on.
So if them,
hold on, Sean. You say evacuate them from their communities.
Yeah.
What is the plan when you evacuate? Where you going to put them, or you going to house them, or you going to feed them for how long? Talk to me about that. Give me some specifics.
All right, because you see, through the diaspora help, other people are help, the church are help, everybody are help, plain load of people are help, the artists them are help. Me feel say if you evacuate the people, them have more than food. The money where the people them get, the diaspora, other people, other agent, them money they can if you're not evil, give the hotel a maximum amount of money because of crisis, a disaster. So the government run things. So them can take couple hotel well, we're not in use right now, because I know several hotel we're not in use. So we have the resources for do it. The people them have the money. See the barrel there, see everything there. So you can have the same team them. We are go up on the ground and the same team them, we are cook the food. We can same way distribute it, just the same way where we drive from parish to parish and distribute the food. We can distribute it at one location and take time make the people them clean up the place.
Overall, I can say this. Good night, Mr. Rattigan. The thing is, people aren't getting any. People not getting no help. Just say raw. People hungry. People not getting no help whatsoever. We're sitting in our own places, in our own comfort zones, and we're fine. People out there outside. People have nowhere to live. They're outside. Them hungry.
All right. So you bring the people them, you evacuate them, you bring them to a central location, whether it's a stadium or a place where you clear the ground, and you put up a tent city, and so you start feed them. So you make sure so them have clothing, them have shelter, them have food, them have the use of bathrooms, so on and so forth. All right, and then you send in the military, you're sending the international help, local help, and then you clean up. You clean up the area. So you move the debris, You try and get rid of or control the mosquitoes, get rid of the water, whatever drainage, whatever it is. You get the engineers from the army, have them going and put them to work, make them do all of this thing, and then you have at PEM as well. So you do that, and then you put them back. No, that are the short-term thing. Long-term, where we are going with this now? So you feed them, you clothe them, you clean up the area, and then you tell them, say, okay, it's safe to go back to your neighborhood now. You put on roof on houses and whatnot. What do you do after that?
When you start put back the farmer them in place because of food in the country. I if you not put back the farmer them in place, the country will always go down. So the relevant people them have to come in, come give the farmer them back. If you even give them livestock, give them back them fertilizer, something, some seeds, some other things, put them back on them foot. You know, fish for your money, you know, but you put him back on them foot now. Because you know, so them people down with St Elizabeth and them place they are lazy. For say, boy, them dep on corner with weed and rumming at them hand. We are talking about farmer, we feed the country, we feed other nation.
Okay.
So that are the main thing where the government have to do now when the people them come back in a zone now. Them have to put them back on them foot by put them back in the field and make the work start begin same way.
Okay.
Because a country feed town and town feed country. Okay. And country feed all over other place. Import same way. You understand what I said to you?
Right. No, I like the idea. I like the evacuation piece, the short-term thing where you bring them in and you take care of them and you go in and you clean up the areas and fix up the houses, them and you send them back. Because the resources are there. And then also long-term, you know, you get the farmers back on their feet, you know, seeds, and you come up with some with the new latest technology for farming, so you can get greater yield, so that them can start, you know, we can start feeding the country again. Because as you know, right now it's a big thing right now for import food in Jamaica. It was always, now it's even bigger. It's even bigger. So I agree with you.
Because watch it now, so we Rattigan, it's in time I go down the country, man. Because believe me, I see several people when I see a coronation market. Because me a man I ever sat there and me usually go market. Every Saturday, Thursday, Saturday. Because me a man I used to sell ground food and them thing there. Otherwise, some me used to what me buy for putting in my house. Me know a couple people from all boat. Because when you travel daily and go them place there, you often know people when you see them other places. And when I see them, I beg them people, I beg clothes. I say, you give me something now. What? I mean now. Beg you something now. And the people them when them big full up of money, so. So I say eyeglass people I beg. And then homeless and then unsound mind people I beg are real good, hard working people who feed the nation I beg right now. What we are gonna do about this? We are gonna stand up and make the Prime Minister draw him foot. Have a film own thing like him picking them and ask him for money for go a movie and him have other business for do. And that's how the thing I work are the people them business. And when them people are out of work, you are automatically out of work in the future because of them run the thing.
Yeah, you know what?
The people them are food. The people them are do the daily work and them make the country run. And then the big man them.
You know something, Sean. One of the things though, and I know a couple of the supporters and the family members in the chat mentioned it earlier. Gillian mentioned it, and we have Africa Newbie and a few other people mention it, that yeah, you can feed the people and you can ease the hunger and quench the thirst, but you have to do something about the mind, because a lot of them right now have some mental condition where we have to deal with, and if we don't deal with it right now, it's going to manifest itself in days to come, and in ways to come that might be very, very disastrous for the nation.
To the foreign medical staff from here say I come. Them should have been on the ground long time with some other Jamaican medical staff. We have to check out the people them and I give them, even if you give them look vaccination, to keep them, because right now them immune system, them are exposed to a whole heap of things now. Look on the heap of garbage them in front of the school, and I show you the other day.
Yeah. The normal man is
try to turn a blind eye.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? So if you allow the government to do stupidness and turn your blind eye like some people when say, I bash you every day and I bash other people where I teach people the real thing. If we follow them, if you're a follower now, if you're a follower and a ratty, and you search for yourself, and you listen for yourself, and you pick sense out of nonsense, and you're going to turn, you're going to go down the drain like them, you know. Me I tell you, you know. Because watch it, me can't sip over garbage every day and me not do something to it. Me can't have my food every minute, right? So I see garbage there, so and it get filthy, it get sour, and me not do nothing to it. Even me have to clean it up myself.
Hold on a second there. Hold on, Sean. I see you ask who would have run this program. And I think that program would be run not by one set of people. It would be a collaborative effort. But then Arose said Jamaica did receive some field hospitals from Spain, US, India. Where are they? Well, Arose, I know of an individual who actually went and visited the field hospitals, and they told me that the field hospital had something like 30 beds, just 30 beds, and didn't have all of the resources necessary to address the crowd that it had, that a crowd of people who run upon the place. So they need to expand the field hospitals. That's what they need to do. And every mickle make a muckle. Somebody bring 30 beds, somebody should bring another 30 or 60 or whatever. And they could just make it one big place. And like Shauna said, make it a central place so everybody just knows that this is where you're going to come, this is where you're going to stay for a little bit. You're going to be fed, you're going to be housed, you're going to be taken care of, you're going to get some medical attention, you're going to have your sanitation needs taken care of, all of that. So that's where we are.
So when time you line up them thing there now. So the woman will have 5 or 6 picnic, you put her one place with fear children them. You know, separate them. So you know, so boy, she have a look at 10 for herself with at least 4 beds.
Hold on there. Caller, hold on.
Yeah?
No. Go ahead. May I wrap it up now? Can we get another call here?
Yeah, man. But I want to show the video now. The last video when we give, I want to run a topic on it.
Yeah, I'm going to do it Saturday because we are running out of time, I know. So I'm going to do it Saturday. The one in front of the Norman Manley School and the primary school.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, we're going to show that, man. We're going to show that. We're going to show it. And you know the thing, you know what make that so interesting, Sean, is that you would have probably think, say, well, let it happen out west, but it's happening at Kingston. Or more appropriately, St. Andrew to happen. Right?
I'm going to show you, Mr. Ratty, before I go. There is 7 more bigger rubbish heap than that one.
Send me the thing, man.
Right
Well, here what? You do what you have to do, and me have a message for you. Me have a message for you. So me I go link you. Me I go link you and me come off of the live there. Yeah?
All right, definitely.
All right, my brother. Big up the queen, yeah? All right.
Yeah, man. Sure,
All right, cool. All right. Caller, good night. Welcome to Miss Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
New York.
Yes. Talk to me, New York. My place that you know.
Yes, Mr. Rat, I tell you, man. You know something? I'm reaching this thing and I'm looking at it. I ain't not sit right with me at all, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. This hurricane thing, you know, in the St. Elizabeth and all those places, which is a mining country, right?
Yeah.
Where they have bauxite mine and all those things.
Yes.
Have you ever been in one of those mines?
No, wait a minute. I've been to one a few years ago.
Yes.
But what happened is that
you see the type of machine what they have in those mines?
No, I tell you where I've been. I know that you mentioned it. I tell you where I've been. I've been to a site owned by the bauxite company, or at least leased by the bauxite company.
Yes,
it's on a road. I won't call in the names, but a certain politician took me there.
Yes.
And I was shocked because I realized that they have a different road system in Jamaica, you know, for the bauxite plants.
I know. I
didn't
know that. I know that. I've been there. I work on Caterpillar, Komatsu, all those big machines. That's what I'm a mechanical engineer, you know.
Okay, my brother. All right.
Yes.
So you know the thing, because here up now, when the man said to me, say, listen, I'm going to show you some things, and we'll come off of the main road, you know. We'll come off of we did it on the, let me tell you where we were. We were on the highway. I go to go through Clarendon, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Mr. The man make a beeline, and the next thing you know, we're on a road where I never have known them kind of road exists in Jamaica. And that them road is only for the bauxite company. It's only for the bauxite. I didn't know that. It's a different
road. That means you're going up in a Brownstone way, up in Water Valley. There's a mine up there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, well, you know, you live, you learn. I didn't know that.
Yes.
How many of you people, how many of you out there know, how many of you?
Those politician people, they own a lot of heavy duty machine inside the mine.
Well, let me ask.
Work on them.
Let me ask with family members them. How many of you knew that there is a different, separate road network for the bauxite companies?
If you don't go inside there, you wouldn't know that.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So talk to me now. What is on your mind?
Yes. So why then don't go get some of those machines from out of the mine and put on the road, all those big 955, 966, and those big trucks. Them use them inside to carry material.
True.
They're not working now through the hurricane.
Right.
They could clean the road. Very easy.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Isn't that so?
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
Yeah, I love big Komatsu and those. If you go inside there and see machine, you just idling right now. They should have them on the road.
Well, on there. Yakim Bless, Michelle, we're on from this Saturday, every Saturday from 3 to 8 o'clock. Come early because this Saturday it'll be chock full, jam-packed with a whole bunch of information, a lot of information. But not just information for those clutter your mind, but information for really make you see the light and make you think. Because that is what the program, I sense that you haven't been on the program because you're asking when is it. And so this program is designed to have you become critical thinkers, to have you look at a certain set of facts from different angles so that you can make the argument, not just what people are telling you to make, but you can see it for yourself. So we try and train you to do all of these things. And this Saturday won't be any different, except that we're going to have a lot more than usual. So please join us and tell your friends, tell your family members, tell your co-workers, tell your church brothers and sisters. Tell whomever you can reach to. Tell them to come and join you and the rest of us this Saturday from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. And it's on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube. So you can you can check us out on Reggae Global Radio or on YouTube from 3 to 8 o'clock this Saturday. Go ahead, me mechanical engineer brethren. Talk to me.
Yes, sir, Rattigan, man. It's simple, man, because if you drive on the road in Manchester anyway, you see some big trucks all in backside. Why they don't use them to take up the garbage off the street and leave the backside alone?
Let me ask you a question. Do we know if them have a dump site for all of this debris? Where they want to dump it? We're just curious, just to ask if they have selected a site or sites.
Well, like the wood stuff, them also, they have machine where can just grind them, you know. Just throw them in the machine and just grind them, turn them like in cheap sawdust.
Yeah, we know that machine.
Yeah, there. And recycle it, make mulch and all those things. They're dumb. That dumb set of people around this thing, man.
That's come to think of it, that's a good idea you mentioned about taking the trucks, taking all of the backside equipment, moving it out
and put it on the road because they're huge. They're not small machine. 1966, those big tractor later. You just put one bucket, just clean one street straight up.
Wow.
And the trucks them. You ever see the trucks them, size trucks them in the backside? Mm-hmm. Can carry 50 yard, 60 yard. Easy.
Okay.
4 of them on one street with 2 of those big tractors that clean in a second.
Mm-hmm.
Just look into the mechanical part of it and the type of machinery where them have.
Hold on, remember, Mr. Somebody in the chat, Bet boy say you always say things like that, and from the show start until end nothing. Then Bet boy, you know if I come in, Bet boy, you know if I cuss me out, Bet boy. If it's not educational, if it's not making you into what I'm trying to achieve, into making you a critical thinker, then you know if I come, bro, it's not for you. Everything is not for everybody. You see, a brother tell me one time, say a man who make for push a hand cart can't drive. If that is film station in life, him not going able to drive a truck. So that boy and all of the people who really feel away there, don't come and way because apparently it's a waste of time for someone. No? So we don't want to waste nobody time, man. We want to make sure that people learn. And if you find that this thing now work for you, then you find something else and do, man. That's easy. You don't have to come and cuss out people, man. It's that simple. You don't need that, man.
Sure, yeah. Easy.
No, go ahead. Sometimes you have to take serious things and make jokes.
Yeah,
But go ahead,
yes,
talk to me.
Right. Yes, sir, go on.
Yeah, talk to me. So why you have any advice to the people in the diaspora in terms of providing assistance to the people in Jamaica?
Well, me do my part, you know, me meal a lot of a 8 foot of crate me meal at Jamaica, you know. I don't even think you reach it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So cause me come from up in the Balaclava area.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, here I know, my brethren. Merle said that she live near to a lot of the mines in Amandeville, and she said them truck the way you talk about, them can't drive on the main road. So
okay, not those. They have some tandem. Me see them saw some green one. Me see them pass through my area with material.
Okay,
not
so
mile gully all them places.
So you have some smaller ones then. You have some smaller ones.
Yeah.
Okay.
And back in the days when me are youth, me see them clean. I see them on the road because the Jamaican government need have them. They then get rid of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're not the big one, them like that. They have smaller size. What them have in there?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, look, thanks for the call, my virgin. And we want you call me regular with the ideas, them, you know, like all the people are calling.
Yes,
yeah, when
and the boss me forgot to talk to you about the bus
all
because
right.
I work on them too.
Right. We'll talk about that next week. Yeah.
I have a compartment on the bus where they're on the bus.
See it there. Well, anyway, let me jump on that call, but we'll talk next week. Yeah. We'll talk next week.
These particulator filter and all those things, they are very expensive.
All
and
right.
I work on them.
We talk next week about the bus. When we grab that call, keep the idea there. All right? And share it with me next week.
Yes, sir. Bless
all right, my brethren. Caller, welcome.
Yes.
Welcome to
Hello.
Conversations
Good
with
night.
Rattigan. Yeah, good night.
Yes, Mr. Rattigan, I'm a person who's from a backside here. I'm from Clarendon to be exact. So I'm from East. And what that gentleman was saying is absolutely right, because I see the trucks that they use while they mine in the backside. Those trucks drive on the Hayes main road.
Okay.
The people them cannot testify. And if they say that cannot work, what about all the people who mine sand in Jamaica? Because Jamaica is not like America, where they pull the sand from the river and they have it on the side and they keep storing it and pulling it. So even when there is rain, they're on the side working. In Jamaica, if there's rain, they can't work in the river because they just mine from the river. They don't store on the side. What about those people? What about the people who have the mall quarry?
Okay.
Who have all those equipments who are not working right now?
Mm-hmm.
And what about we asking the person who is in charge of local government? Mr. Minister, you're telling us that you've been in charge of local government from Wapikill Phillip, and you're not buying nothing to sweeper. At least when we have PWD, we used to see trucks come on all the time and sweep the road. And the next thing more ask Mr. Rattigan, I fly over a lot of people head. When the Prime Minister embarrassed the man from ODPM, right? Him said the remuneration wasn't good. So I want to ask this question, Mr. Rattigan. In a time like this when the country don't have any money, are you telling me that the Prime Minister is going to pay a trainee as a professional?
Yeah.
That's my question.
No, what him do? What, no, you know him do? You know,
salary
no, you know him do? Him bring in the
bigger than
military.
the man who
No,
was running it.
him bring in the military man. That's what he did. He brought in the military guy to run.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. He said the remuneration wasn't good.
Right.
So if he bring in this military guy, I am going off the blueprint, you know. When him bring in Anderson, him gave Anderson a huge periods as the police commissioner. When him bring Rocky Mead, is the same thing. So I don't expect anything different.
Yeah.
But that's just show you how unconscionable the man is in a time like this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can't argue with him, my brother. Good points you raise. All right. Thanks a lot. Yeah. The other thing too. Big up yourself, Junior. I'm seeing I chatting, brother. Big up yourself. Big up yourself. Big up yourself. Everybody, Junior Nakasaki there, you know. I don't know if you remember, but all of you live in Queens and Long Island and Brooklyn and Wells, Manhattan. I remember the original Nakasaki out in Queens there, and then open up a second location in Long Island. Big up yourself, my brother. Look, this cleanup thing here, it's not going as fast as it should, and the evacuations we haven't seen many, if any. I think I know who this is. Brother, welcome to Conversations with Rattigan. Hello.
Good evening, Mr. Rattigan.
Miss Philly, big up yourself. How you doing? Talk to me.
I'm okay. Yes.
Miss
Wait,
Philly,
let me
Miss
turn
Philly.
this down. Hold on there. You hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes. What is your take on the idea of the Prime Minister to use the containers for housing? He said that today in his press conference. Zara did ask a question about that, you know, and his response to her was like he would bring in better ones, you know, for living purpose. So
Right.
what do you think about that?
Right. She asked
You
about
know?
it because she said one of them was seen, you know, caught up with the wind or something like that, moved around. And
Oh Lord have mercy. Hold on, let me say Rattigan. This
you might have to hang up
turn
Miss
it
Philly
off,
and
it
make me
come back
talk
up.
and then
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
yeah. Miss Philly.
Yes, I'm listening.
You want to hang up and make me talk because I can't get a feedback.
Hold on there. Let's check something.
Original youth, yeah, I am CM1. Junior Erling, I am CM1. MC1. Yeah.
Okay, you're hearing me now?
Loud and clear. Yeah, what happened is that Zara's question focused on a container that was swept up with the wind. And so the Prime Minister said that, you know, the experts were looking at containers as a modular home solution to the housing problem in Jamaica, and that they would get the best there is on the market. And believe me, I've seen some of them, and some of those container homes, you would never believe that they're container homes. I mean, when you go inside of them and all of that, and even from the outside too, them nice them up. So I don't know. You ask me, what do I think of this as a housing solution?
Yeah, when you think about with Jamaica and the heat and all of that, those things are they not gonna be hot inside?
They can put
fan might, but how much can that be? Because that's what metal, right?
They can put
they're metal.
They can put air conditioning in them, and they can have it solar powered and all of that stuff. With the new technology, they can make it. They can make it very comfortable to live in. The thing about it is that at this point, we need a solution, and the solution is not to wait for Housing Trust to build more homes, because that'll take too long, and we have people right now homeless.
You mean the container would be taking too long because he said it can't happen for now. It needs some time to order them.
No, he's going to bring them in. But here's the thing: those containers they can be repurposed over here and then sent to Jamaica as a home already. So them really wouldn't have much to do in Jamaica except to just connect up the wires and the waste and all of that stuff. But in terms of the interior, to make it like and also to decorate the exterior, that all of that can be done here. Because I think it would be even cheaper if you do it here. It'd be cheaper and faster. Because they have companies that specialize in that.
The other side to that is that the people need immediate assistance now, and at least the Prime Minister could have looked into it and do some temporary shelter for the people because those are going to take some time. It's really going to take some time. They need immediate shelter now, and no matter what they talk, he's not looking into the situation. He's not doing it.
Well,
his aim is on one thing.
Well, Daniel in the chat, Daniel said, I'm not in favor of the container homes. Build back strong concrete structures. The problem, though, Daniel, is that in the short term, that's going to take a time. So I think what Ms. Philly is saying is that, or at least what others are saying, and I'm inclined to agree with them, is that for short-term purposes, because you have a lot of homeless people, if you can bring in some of these things and just have them as temporary homes for people, while you build those strong concrete structures, that wouldn't be a bad idea. It wouldn't be a bad idea. But you can't really, if the idea is should they be permanent, that's a different conversation. If the conversation is should they be brought in as temporary housing, I think most people would agree and say, yes, let's bring them in as temporary housing so we can. Because remember, we don't have proper shelters in Jamaica, And worse yet, we don't have proper hurricane shelters, and that was proven. Melissa proved that to us in no uncertain way. Like we don't have when you tell people that you have 881 shelters, I was just laughing because I said I wonder how many of them can stand a Cat 4 hurricane, not to mention even a Cat 5. And when you say you're putting schools and you're putting community centers and you're putting churches and their shelters, it's a joke. We had a lady on. Sasha Gay, and she didn't because her house is gone now, but she didn't live too far from a so-called shelter, which was a school. And when we asked her, well, why didn't you heed the warning and go to the shelter?
Yes, right. But remember too, she said somebody died from one of those shelters, something fell on them.
Exactly. And she said the roof, I'm gonna take off like her roof too, and so she probably feel you know, she probably felt safer in her place than to go to one of these shelters. So it's a joke. It's a joke.
But Mr. Rattigan, up until the point of the press conference, you don't hear the Prime Minister mention that in the future coming, they will be looking on having shelters. Shelters must be equipped, well equipped, for the people. Not just go in there, no bed, nothing at all. Kitchen must be there also. And it must be monitored. People are trained in those areas with chef and all of that to cook, to give them a meal. That is what shelter is all about.
Right.
They're not looking into all those things. You know, I mean, I don't know. But
you know what I'm interested in, people? I'm interested in not everything that's going on. But here's one thing that we should be looking at. Miss Philip, I get a call, you know. You have something else you want to say before we make that point, yeah? And
yes. Is it let me ask a question and get out the phone. Is it paramount? I know it is, but I'm asking the question that the Prime Minister give a true tally account of all the money that comes into to the government, Mr. Rattigan. It until now we're still not sure, you know.
Well, here's what he's saying. He's saying,
how are we gonna know that?
He's saying all the right things, but he said all the right things previously and just never did them. Right? So now he's saying, yes, everything will be accounted for. It's coming in through, it's streamlined through one office into his office. But like Dr. Dawes said, then it's gonna go back to that office. So he brought up them into his office, and then the money's coming in, and it's gonna go to up them. So up them have to go back out there and spend the money and things like that. So it just never make any sense why you bring them in.
He will coordinate this thing. Is there any law? I'm coming out. I'm just asking all the question that is coming up to me, because I know that the people must know. Is there any law, anything in the Constitution that will say, okay, he can be held accountable for that?
For what?
I'm coming out the phone. You can answer in the meantime. I listen. But we must know, Mr. Rattigan, and there must be a way for us to know. Force him, because he will not.
Accountable for
what?
He
will not let us know.
Ms. Philly, accountable for what? Explain to me.
All the money that comes into the country, the donors. The money that comes into Jamaica that go.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the argument now he's going to make. He's not accountable for that, you know, because you have PIOJ, you have Ministry of Finance, you have up them, right? Now, granted, he's the Prime Minister and he has control directly or indirectly over some of these agencies and ministries. And so the argument is going to be, well, there are administrators to take care of that. So you can't hold me personally responsible for all this, because these people are going to be doing what they need to do to take care of the issue, spend the money properly, account for it, and then they will provide a report to me. But at the end of the day, he's responsible. So,
Mr. Rattigan, before you finish, he manipulates all the agency and he gives payout to those who he wants to keep quiet. Now, see him to the trillions missing and other donations.
Let me tell you something.
So, I mean, we don't know about Jamaica into a peril.
Well, let me tell you something. You don't know, me know. Here's what me know. We need people like you, Miss Philly, to get involved in the process. We need people like you to jump on board the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council so that we can become an independent organization, and then we can talk to the government as equals. We need people like you that we can look at what we are sending to Jamaica to help our brothers and sisters and demand accountability. Because right now, you know, we have the numbers, but we're not united. So who does he account to? He doesn't have to account to anyone, because we are not a united group. People are all over the place. But you see, once you become united, and you said to him, Mr. Prime Minister, we need to see a plan before we send this. Mr. Prime Minister, we need to see how this thing is going to go. Mr. Prime Minister, we're going to put people on the ground to manage and oversee this thing as well, to make sure that the resources go to where they should go. You can't speak to him with force, and you can't speak to him with unity. So we need all hands on deck, including.
So, Mr. Rattigan, coordinate that, no man. Coordinate. I do agree with you.
Here's what
we can do more to have more pressure.
Go to Jamaica.
To the government on the system that he has going on.
That's true.
Which is so wrong.
Yeah, here's what we're going to ask you.
Let's take a deep look into it now and see what we can come up with. We have people who we can form a committee or council or whatever. Right. We have people there.
Yes, because Ms. Philip, I would love to see you. I would love to see you in the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council having conversations with the CG or with the ambassador, because you are rich with ideas. You are rich with ideas.
Me?
But we need to get it beyond you. We need to get it to out there. We need to get it to the people who need to hear what's going on. Because remember, no one person has a monopoly of ideas or a monopoly on ideas. No one person.
Right, you're correct.
Yeah. So we need you, man. So you need to chuck off on the thing, So I went OT, don't forget, send the stuff to Miss Philly, please, because Miss Philly, we need Miss Philly's voice, we need our spirit, we need our endurance, we need our ideas. So we have to get her on board. And when we say talent,
look there are other people too, Mr. Rattigan. I'm not backing them, but I said there's others too. Yeah, we can do much more. We can form accounts. We can add more to it.
Yeah,
we can make the board more tougher for the Prime Minister.
Right. I'm going to ask you about you. We are going to talk about the other people. Leave them to us. We are going one at a time, and we're up to you right now. Anyway, Miss Philly, look, thanks for calling me. I'm going to run now. Send another caller.
Okay.
Take care of yourself. Be well. Caller, good night. Welcome to Conversation with Rattigan. Where are you calling from? Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, what me writing? But they want to talk to you on the airway,
You don't want to talk to me on the airway? What you say? Hello?
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, me I hear my brother. What you say now?
Yeah, me want to talk to you about me want to ask you a question.
All right. No say another word. You want to talk to me one way. No say another word. All right, me will call you when I come off, yeah?
All right.
All right, my brother. Take care of yourself. All right. Any more questions? Any more comments? Any more observations? Well, call a good night. Welcome to Conversation with Rattigan. Where are you calling from? Hello. Hello.
Well,
yeah.
Good evening.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you're still live.
Yeah, man.
All right. Calling from New York. I have just a few little pointers. I listen all the while, but I never had the opportunity to actually get a chance to call. I'm off today, so I just tune in and phone you on.
Okay.
I don't know. I've not been following what the line of reasoning has been so far, but this is on my mind, and I think we have an insensitive government with misplaced priorities. Why I say that? From my little research, the last census that was completed was done in 2011, which had a spread per constituency of an average $43,000 43,000 persons per constituency, and he's gonna be offering 10 million per constituency for repairs. So suppose everybody in each constituency should make a claim. That would only come out to $223.55 Jamaican now.
Let me give
per person,
Let me put it in
which is preposterous.
Let me put it in perspective for you, right? Let me put it in perspective for you. 7 years ago,
crazy.
7 years ago, right? They put up a sign, the Welcome to Montego Bay sign, that cost 17 million Jamaican dollars. Think about that.
In the region of 20 million or something like that,
Yeah,
19 or 20 million.
Yeah,
like
one
that.
sign. One sign. And now you turn around and say we're going to give $10 million for the constituency. Does that make sense?
But that's a rhetorical question. I'll go one further, Will. I'll go one further. 2 constituencies that never need urgent by-elections. They spend 30 million each on each by-election. Yeah? In an era where they were dominant already. So that's wasted funds. Just to show you that they don't have the people's interests at heart. I kid you not. It's crazy.
Yeah, man. Keep talking up the things, man. You're right. You're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct.
Oh my God. Basically, the thing that we should have been doing, and I've been championing this for a good while now. We need purpose-built shelters, fully staffed, and you rotate your supplies in a timely manner so them don't go stale or go bad over time. Yeah, you find a method for get them utilized or used up, and these shelters should be strategically placed so that you factor in all of the variables. You don't want to be them not vulnerable where water come and flood you. So you're choosing your sites and you're putting in the right structure where it can withstand whatever. This could even double as a temporary thing for if a family get burnt out. Yeah? Then they have a place that can crash until them get back on them feet. You know what I mean? Fully staffed, fully equipped. Those are factors that those are things that we need to implement going forward.
Brethren,
you know,
I love the idea. I wasn't even thinking that far about
purpose-built shelters.
Yeah.
This will create employment for people who constructed one, and you're going to need chandlers. Well, in the shipping industry, you call it chandlers. They supply your food and your basic supplies, basic necessities, and the staffing that's there to maintain and upkeep. Then you have a sleeper crew where an event and a pending event, then you activate them.
I tell you what. Like I said, it's an idea whose time has come. It's an idea I've thought about, but I didn't go as far as what you mentioned when you said, listen, it shouldn't. It would not only serve the purpose as a shelter during hurricane season or whatever for hurricanes, but if somebody, God forbid, should have a fire or something, and them have no place to go.
That's what I'm saying. If there's a fire event for the families,
you're right.
There's a ready-made place to house them until they can get back on their feet. You know what I mean?
I agree with you. I completely. Hey, you know what? I know you have to work to take care of your family, you know, but boy, with the ideas and my argument, boy, we should have still a little bit more so that you could have listened to the program and call in.
You're breaking up, Will.
Yo, you can't hear me now?
Yeah.
No,
Second.
no, I was saying that I know you have to work to take care of the family, but you said you joined the program because you're off. And I'm saying I don't want you to be off too.
I was off today.
No, but want you to be off more time, man, so you can call in on the program, although I still want to work and take care of the family, you know? But...
Yeah, man. Yes, man. For sure, man. Because there's not a month, even before this hurricane, there's not a month that I have to take care of two places. I have to take care of New York, so, and I have to take care of back home, you know what I mean? Yeah. In whatever way. Plus, we have a grandaunt, but she come like a second mother.
Okay.
So we just put together a thing, to send off some stuff for her. Plus, my tentacles, they're all over the place. Trust me. My tentacles, they're all over the place. You know? Yeah. But I'm not one who turn my back and forget where I came from. You know what I mean?
Right.
As best I can, I always reach out. You know?
Well,
even more so now that this thing passed. You know?
Right. Well, I can't tell you, brethren, just continue doing the good work. You know, take care of the family.
Well, and thanks. I appreciate all you guys do, the bloggers and the presenters. We learn a lot, and I am never too old to learn. So
likewise.
And if I do a little and I know something, when we find out, we were willing to share it. You know what I mean?
Indeed.
Because that's how the world get better.
Indeed. Indeed.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for the call, my brethren.
My pleasure, Will. Have a good one. And to your listeners as well.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, cool. Bye-bye.
Caller, good night. Welcome to Come Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
What's up, Ratty? I'm from Florida.
Good day, man. Talk to me. Wagwan.
So, yeah, Melissa, just finished watching the Prime Minister press conference.
Yeah, what do you think about it?
Boy, I tell you, this guy is a real You know the funny thing about it, like if I was a criminal, you know, so this guy would be my biggest inspiration if I was a criminal because this guy have the face, you know, brother, like shoelace. Because you know, say couple times we catch him and not even listen to other show or nothing like that, right? Just watch it.
Mm-hmm.
Just for watching. Just for see what I want and listen. Actually listen and just sit up and first thing I want to say is the lady Dora Dixon or whatever her name is, she's covering for this guy, right? She's like a little bodyguard in a sense. And she's a puppet. You can tell that Andrew's a puppet master. He's a master over all of this. So he painted a picture of, you know, he messes with your psychology. He's messing with the psychology of the people. Half of the time he's making stuff up. He's not even answering the questions straight and correctly. Even when the girl, Zara Burton, the girl asked the questions, he didn't even answer. He still went around the situation. And I don't know if people caught this, but when she asked the questions about, you know, infrastructure and life and people with disabilities and, you know, he basically went around the whole rigmarole of excuses to get to a final conclusion where he's saying he has to focus on the money. He has to focus on the infrastructure instead of the people. And I don't think they got that. Right? Did you get that? Did you get that?
Yeah. What happened is that she asked him about the children's. She wanted to direct her questions to the gentleman who was in charge of up them.
Right.
But that gentleman walked out of the room. So then she said, well, Mr. Prime Minister, you know, let me just direct them to you. I'm not sure if you can answer them or whatever. And she asked him questions about the children's home, like who's visiting these homes. She asked questions about the infrastructure. She asked questions about the environment. She asked questions about the container homes. She also asked a question about if they're gonna rebuild the homes underwater, the homes that are flooded out right now. And what was interesting is that the Prime Minister is the poster child. He's the face of the environment issues in the Caribbean.
Mm-hmm.
And yet when she asked him questions about the environment, you remember what him said to her? Him said him not prepared for answer the question. That's what him said. Like him never get briefed up. I mean, I said to him, but wait a minute, no, you are the face of this program, you know. What kind of briefing you need for this? Because you're asking about emissions and why them signed the thing where the US had proposed saying that you can't ban ships from certain emissions and things like that.
Yeah, because the emissions coming off the ships.
Yeah. And him
climate change.
And then tell her, I said, right now, boy, him never brief for answer the question. And I said to myself, my goodness gracious. You know, then don't come out on the stand, don't come out and take the podium and tell people, say, no answers to them questions, because you're the Prime Minister, and especially something like that, it wasn't a difficult question, because it's a question that Jamaica signed off on the thing.
Yeah.
And how Jamaica signed off if him don't know about it? So, it was par for the course.
Playing with their psyche, he's messing with their psyche. He doesn't realize that he creates an image in your mind. And I think he's doing this because of the social media. I believe that if social media wasn't around, this guy would be 10 times terrible. But thank God for social media, because people are watching now and they're starting to understand.
You know what?
You know what?
Sorry to interrupt you. That's a very good point you just made. Because think about it, people. If he's doing this, right, and we have social media, we have people just like, eagle-eye watching him. Could you imagine if he had nobody watching him? Could you just imagine that? Just imagine that there's no social media, nobody's commenting, nobody's criticizing, nobody's watching him, and he's just free to do whatever he wants to do. Could you imagine that?
That's why people like You know, Mayor Motley, you know, I know Miss Motley, I know Miss Motley seen for who it is, you know, I know it's, you know, but I just got a feeling like there's something here, there's something there, and it's actually to the point where it's about to be revealed. Something sinister is underneath this government, very sinister, and I don't know if there's some kind of way that people can get in contact with the CARICOM committee because they have to watch this gentleman with everything that they donate to him for the people. Because I don't believe that he's giving it to the people. I honestly don't. You know,
Well,
there's a lot of generators out there. These are expensive generators. It's not like the little cheap ones you get at Home Depot. No, these
well,
are expensive generators that can run, you
which
know,
one? The ones from
substantial power
what
to
is
your
it?
building
Belgium? I
and
think the ones up
actually
from
run your
The
whole
400
building.
plus, the 400
But
plus from Belgium.
you know, he's not giving it to the people.
Hmm.
Who's he giving it to? Where are these stuff? Where's the money? What's going on
Hey,
here?
but hold on the
But the thing
caller.
is,
Hold on the
you
caller.
know,
You
one
notice
second, Uncle
something?
Arthur, sorry.
Hold on. You
Let me
notice
just say
something?
one more thing.
Ah, sure. Go ahead.
Just say one more. You see, when I say he's playing with the people's psyche, believe me, Andrew Holness, he doesn't he have some kind of psychology degree or something like that? He
No,
went to school for,
no.
if I'm not mistaken.
No. It was like it was it was like a liberal arts degree. It wasn't a psychology though. No, it wasn't psychology. It was business, I believe. It was some kind of management kind of thing.
Like business administration or something. But it's
Yeah.
something to learn how to develop a plane in a sense, develop a developing businesses, something in development. But listen, this guy's playing reverse psychology in your mind, and he did it correctly. It's sorry to say it, but he did it correctly, and he fooled a lot of people. And it started with the separation of the colors and the parties. He uses
Yeah,
that. He
yeah,
uses that. This
you
is the
know,
fuel for
I'm looking at it
separation of the
now.
people.
I'm looking
It's
at
the
it now. He has
colors,
a
it's the parties.
bachelor's. He has a
It don't,
bachelor's
it don't
in.
matter.
He has a
You
bachelor.
understand? It fuels it.
Yeah, he has a bachelor's in management studies and he has a master's in developmental studies. And of course, he had that
Okay.
PhD in law and policy. So that's where we are.
So,
But hey, let me share something with
AKA
you.
a businessman,
Let
not
me share something with
not
you.
a politician or
Right.
a prime minister, a
But
businessman.
let me
That's
share
what you're
something
telling
with
me.
you. Let me share something with you and see if your observations are the same as mine.
All right.
I noticed that a lot of the money, you see a dollar value on relief efforts, but then you'll see it say supplies or equipment or something like that. It would appear to me as if a lot of the money that we're seeing is not actual cash, it's in kind. And what that says to me is that they don't trust him. So they're like, we're going to help the people of Jamaica, but we're going to send them care packages, we're going to send the equipment and all that stuff, as opposed to just give you all cash and say, look, you're on the ground, you know your people, you know what they need, you take care of it, and c'est la vie. I don't think that's what they're doing. I think they're looking at him and they're going, no, this guy, we can't trust him with our money. So let's just send care packages for the people. And if they want to turn around and sell that, then fine. But at least it requires more effort. We're not going to give him the cash because we don't know where that cash is going to end up. And that's a sad state of affairs, when
Very
people,
sad.
it's a sad state of affairs when people look at you and say, okay, you know what? I'll give you $5 million, but 4 million of it will be in supplies. And he said, no, give me the whole 5 million in cash. Sad. Anything before you go, my brother?
One more point I want to make. So throughout the whole press conference, I noticed he mentioned China, and he didn't mention USA. All right, he's got to be careful on that point. You understand? Dealing with the emissions of the ships coming through, dealing with whatever the smoke given off to change the climate changement, and I guess this was one of the reasons why Melissa was so bad, because of the ships coming through and the exhaust, whatever the ships giving off. And he mentioned China to help. He never mentioned USA. He didn't. I didn't hear not one thing about USA. He needs to be very, very careful of where he's treading in that section. Because I know he gets most of the aid from China, and he depends on China because he thinks that's they're here with us and they help us and whatever. But another one thing I gotta say to Jamaica, just please, if you can find another route other than the government to distribute your stuff and get it to your family members, do it.
All right.
Right? And just be careful. One more point. Like,
yeah, man, I call that.
People, when you're building your houses, when you're rebuilding your houses, brother, please make sure it's on solid ground and you're not building it at a riverbank or building it in a section where, you know, if there's hard rainfall, the whole ecosystem can change and turn that section or wherever the scheme is into a pond. Because there's things that the landscape changes over time. So you need to pay attention to that, which Andrew Holness should already have a program in sight to show people how and where to build their houses, which is safe and what's not safe, because he's supposed to have LiDAR radar going into the ground looking for oil. Why you can't see where there's solid ground at? Like, these are things that you guys need to pay attention to. He has this stuff. They have this stuff. I don't think he has the brain power, or maybe the people around him, or maybe Andrew's in a corner that he's threatened by other politicians.
All right, now we'll leave it this.
You got to understand that too. That plays a part in it too.
Right.
Maybe them are frightened the bread and I put them in our corner and they can't say nothing. They just each up.
All right.
They can't do nothing.
I'm gonna leave it this
All
caller. We have another caller coming. Take care. All right, bless up. Caller, good night. Welcome to Come Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Hi, good night. I'm calling from Florida.
Yes. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Doing well. Thanks for asking. What's on your mind?
Well, something you said just kind of clicked and made sense as it relates to the donations and why Mr. Holness is essentially hoarding it. He's probably going to sell them to get the money that he didn't get in cash.
The problem, though,
is what he's going to doing. Because why won't he give the people the stuff?
But here's the thing, though. We won't sell them too because the people don't have the money. And the same I got said to the people, say, telling the family in the diaspora for selling the money for buy. But if him can't sell it at Jamaica, I mean, if you think about it, because the people
half of Jamaica have money.
Yeah, but them not buy no. The people who have the money now buy no care package, man. Them not buy no care package.
Not necessarily the food. I'm talking about like the generators.
Oh, okay.
Link and all those things where people actually want.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. It's a good point. I was referring to the food, but you're talking about the equipment.
You can't put on passing.
Yeah.
So the other thing I want to ask about is you were talking about the container houses. I don't have any kind of knowledge where that is concerned. I don't necessarily like the idea, but it could be a good one. I'm not informed. But you said that the Prime Minister said that, these are high quality solutions and they're not like the ones that blow in the wind like Zara asked about. And I'm saying this is the same man that built that community and say it was high quality and all of that. That was corrosive.
Yeah.
It seems you could tear it up. So I don't know if I would trust him.
Yeah.
As it relates to his interpretation of high quality. He's not.
Where the minister
where that is concerned.
What the minister?
He's a marketer.
Bartlett Estates. I think of Bartlett. Edmond Estates.
That concept coming from him.
Yeah, what name? Edmond Estates or Bartlett Estates?
Yeah, Edmond Estate. Yeah, that one with the man tearing up the wall.
Yeah.
One
of the look. Let me engage you a little bit here. We talk a lot about what the problems are, but when it comes to solutions, sometimes we're short on solutions, and we're even shorter on hands. People coming in and say, okay, I'm going to be involved in this, So we talk a lot about what the problem is, but then we talk less about how we're going to solve the problem. And then when we say, okay, even when we have a solution, we need people, we'll find that we don't have a lot of people who will volunteer or roll up them sleeves and say, all right, fine, whatever it takes, we're going to get it done. Let me ask you now, you seem to have a handle on things. what's going on there. And one of the things I like about it is just now from this conversation is the honesty, where you say when you're talking about the container homes, you say, look, I don't have any. I'm curious about it, but I don't have. I don't have a lot of information about it. I'm not schooled on container homes, so I really don't know. It sounds like it could be a good solution, but two things. One is do a little research on container homes. Some of them are very, very nice. Trust me.
Atlanta.
Yeah, and they can withstand. They can withstand a great deal of force. I'm not going to tell you that they can withstand a category 5, but they can withstand a great deal of force, depending on how you anchor them, right? This is what that's other side. That's a homework. But here's what I'd like to ask you. If you can answer this question now, or if you want it to be homework. You are now sitting in the big chair. You're the Prime Minister, right? You're the second female Prime Minister in Jamaica. Yay. And so now you have to make some tough decisions. And now you're sitting now facing Melissa's aftermath. What are your priorities? What would be your priorities right now to help the people?
Immediately, rescuing the people, giving them food, shelter, clean water, and then medical care, and then start cleaning up and figuring out how to rebuild. I think what he could do, if he were like a different person, partner with people who are willing to give like the food supply kind of things while he focused on the rebuilding and food supply and the distribution of the food supply that he actually got as donation. And those who are also coming in as donors. While him with the JDF, I mean, what the hell are they doing? All these trucks that him thief the money and buy, all these trucks that him own, he can use these. In the man before mentioned the backside trucks.
By the way, hold on a second. Hold on.
Are builders. They have all sorts of equipment. Why aren't he engaging these people to start the building? So that's what I would do.
Hold on a second.
Engage these people. Go ahead. Sorry.
Let me just put in the disclaimer. The views you hear are those of the presenters and not necessarily of the. Okay.
I mean, two taxi did not buy all of them truck there.
Right.
But anywho, it's my view. Right. So that's what I would do. I would try to partner with.
But hold on. Are you saying that the Prime Minister, he has all of these, the equipment and the supplies and the money and the food, everything, they're at his disposal, but he's not dispensing them in a equitable, efficient manner? Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying. It's like him lost. Or him really deliberately not trying to do it, which begs the question why? Like he's a demon or something. But anywho, yeah.
I hear you. Well, look, I want to thank you for the call.
I want to ask you one other thing.
Sure.
You may have explained it and I just missed it. What is the drunkard thing where Zara Burton say?
Okay.
Because I laughed. I did not get the underlying meaning that you're hinting at.
There's a certain amount of sarcasm in there. And if you ask Zara will tell you no, there's no sarcasm, that she meant real John Crows. Because she said she went there and she didn't see any John Crows, and that there were carcasses all over the place. And so is there a plan to have John Crows go over there and deal with that problem? No. No, some of us, we're looking at it from the perspective that she's saying, we're trying to get into Zara's head, right? And we're saying what Zara actually meant was that, look, we know that vultures, they take care of carcasses, right? And because they don't have any over there because of the hurricane and the aftermath, all of the birds gone. What she was saying was, all I want to John Crow in our parliament, since we don't have John Crows to dispose of the carcasses, and it's causing a problem over there, why all of you junkers here don't go over there and do what the other junkers would do and find a way to bury these, get rid of the carcasses so that, you can rid yourself of the potential diseases and people can, go back to living a normal life. So we were saying that she was referring to the parliamentarians, the decision makers as junkers in a sarcastic way. But the way she said it with a straight face. And she said it with a straight face. And so we were saying Zara couldn't mean like real junkers. So, I had a conversation with her. Truth be told, I had a conversation with her, and I said, Zara, junkers in a patois, junker in a patois can mean bird, the vulture, the buzzards, or it could mean people, some kind of people. But she said no, she didn't mean people, and so we had a good laugh. So every time I get a junker joke, I send it to her, and she get a good laugh about it. But she said no, she don't want it to be taken that she was calling anyone a junker. That it was she meant the actual bird. She don't mean people. So, but we will agree to disagree on that. I think I have an opening into her mind, and I think somewhere in the recesses of her mind, she was referring to people as junker, but she said, no, that's not what she meant. Yeah, so that's where we are. But I want to thank you for calling. Anything else before you go?
What do you think about the Prime Minister going to a football match and doing the wave and skinning in teeth while people are suffering over the West here?
Look, there are several ways to look at it. Some people could look at it and say he's patriotic, he's supporting the national team, and it would have been his absence could have been read in different ways. Some people could have read it that he's hard at work, or some people could have read it that him just coward for come out and face the public because he's such a failure that he might get booed, and it wouldn't resonate well with the foreigners there at the stadium. So the jury is still out on that as to him showing up at the thing. Because here's the thing, right? I don't think we've ever had a playoff match of this importance with him, or for that matter, any prime minister being absent, unless they were ill or they were traveling. So
but this would be a good time for him to be absent. I just didn't think the optics. I didn't like it.
Let me ask you this then. Now that you asked me that, let me ask you this. You don't like him, right?
I missed the question. Could you go again? It's kind of going in and out.
Yeah, you don't like him.
Who, Andrew?
Yeah.
Cool. No. Funny. The funny thing, let me tell you this. I encouraged people to vote for for Andrew. Back when we didn't know he was a thief. And that man is so disappointing. So disappointing. Just cannot explain how disappointed I am in him. I just cannot. I don't think we have had such an evil person in government. And then the rest of them are just as bad because they sit there and say nothing and they help him take what is not theirs. I don't know. Don't like him at all.
Yeah.
But I don't hate anyone. I don't wish him any ill, except that he just leaves government and go to prison. That's it.
Well, tune in this Saturday because we're going to do a story that if the petitioner gets his way, we probably won't have a prime minister next year. Tune in and listen, and I'll show you the evidence and I'll give you my analysis.
I will, for sure. I have been, so I will. Yeah.
And encourage people to watch. And we got like and share something like that. OT will kill me now because and producer Jonah will kill me because I'm not that kind of when I'm saying like, share, and subscribe, something like that. So yeah, well, bring the people and make them do that. And you can do it to this program too as well. All right. And Opal Demetrius on Saturday, it's from 3 to 8 o'clock. 3 to 8 o'clock. I'm just talking to somebody in the chat.
Oh, okay.
All right. So look, take care of yourself. Thanks for the call. Be well.
Yeah, you too. Bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye. All right. There's one other person calling. Person will just call. We have a few minutes to go. So you can call in, ask any question, Can't promise you that I'll give you the answer, but I'll try. That I can promise you, I'll try. Let me look at the chat and see what's going on. Samantha said at the end of the day, he's the PM. Opal, you're welcome. At the end of the day, he's the PM, then vote for him. So them lucky, them and them depend them own. Okay. My spirit not taking from day one. Never mind, Bruce. Okay. Caller, good night. Welcome to Come Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Mr. Rattigan, good night. As usual, somewhere along the eastern seaboard, sir. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. And you?
Okay, I'm doing just fine. Trying to. Oh, let me turn this down. Oh, goodness. I'm sorry.
You're doing fine, or you're just trying to?
Yes, Mr. Rattigan, just a bright idea. Those yellow school buses, why don't they take some of them down to the country to give to the mothers with small children? They could take their time and drive down there without them falling over the precipice, right? Yes, no?
No, but listen, that's why I love this group, because when they come with ideas,
Mr. Rattigan, let me go back to the class, sir. Let me listen to you. Have a good one.
All right, take care now. No, but seriously, folks, I enjoy sitting here and listening to the ideas, because some of the ideas you need a little refinement and things like that, but they're still ideas. At least we're trying, and my friend here from the Eastern Seaboard, she said, hey, why don't we take some of the yellow buses and go down there and try help out the situation? And that's a good idea. The only problem is that some of them buses, they're not working. We have a video, we're going to show the video this Saturday, where the bus broke down as an SUV. I think they might use to try to start the bus or something like that. The bus is not working. And by the way, while we're on the issue of buses, people, I hope you remember, I'm asking all of you to remember that Minister Vaz said in a public setting that he meaning the ministry, received 1.4 billion Jamaican dollars to purchase 110 school buses. He said that the school buses, all of them, would arrive in Jamaica on or before the end of July 2025. At this point, we don't believe that the entire shipment of 110 buses, we don't believe that those buses are in Jamaica. We believe that maybe half or thereabouts. And nobody's asking one. Well, I ask and they're not answering. And we know why they're not answering. But we need to know how many buses are actually in Jamaica. We need to get the VIN numbers, because I have a group of investigators here. They worked on the last batch for me, and they were working on the batch of 28, and they were waiting for the rest to come so that they can go through the VIN numbers and determine when the buses were made, where the buses were made, who purchased the buses, how long they had the buses, the mileage, make, model of the buses, all of this. We could get this in no time. So we can provide this information to the Jamaican public for you to determine, Jamaican public, Jamaican taxpaying public, for you to determine if the government got value for money. We haven't gotten that information. And then remember, some of you were saying, look, the buses, because I hope Bim and Bama listen, because I come check on now. I come to the hour Wednesday. Maybe Friday I come check on now. You make on know. To come check for my bus. And also we're supposed to get another 2 buses. And somebody had asked whether or not we could ship the buses to Jamaica and load it up with supplies, load up the buses. So the buses would actually be like a container. So it would be a container within a container. And we were told that it was a novel idea and that it didn't seem to be prohibited. That's something we could have done. but we need to conduct some further checking. But in addition to that, remember some of you were saying that some of these buses, you could use them as mobile clinics. You could use them clinics for mammogram. You could use with mammogram equipment, mammograms and all the other type of equipment you could use for a mobile clinic. That you could use them also for temporary housing. You could what do you call it? Recondition, repurpose them. There are lots of things you could do with them. So my friend from the Northeast, while it sounds like a good idea, here's a problem though. The buses them are broke down because the buses them are 15-year-old. And we never even know if we don't want one of them buses that go down Spur Tree Hill. To be honest with you, I don't know. Because you might even have no brakes when you reach halfway or go down. So I don't think I wouldn't suggest anybody taking any chances with them buses that are going down there. Wouldn't. So unless they would have to come from the other side of the island. Not from the southern side, which would be the most direct if they might come from Kingston. But it is what it is. Any more calls? OT, we look. We have 16 minutes to go. Talk to me. So again, I'm pleading with you. I'm imploring you. I'm begging you. I'm beseeching you. Go and register to vote in the upcoming Global Jamaica Diaspora Council election. Please. Vote like there's no tomorrow. We don't want to be a reflection of what's going on in Jamaica with 30%, constantly 30, the 30s, voting in the general election. We just don't want that, people. Because like I said, when all is said and done, if the government gets the candidate that it wants, that candidate is going to have to field a whole bunch of telephone calls and a whole bunch of emails about things going on in the diaspora, because we're going to provide her not her personal contact details, but the contact details that she uses for the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. We're going to direct all inquiries to those details, the phone number and the email address, so that you can ask for whatever assistance you need, or if you have issues, you can just reach out to her and then she will be able to help. Call her good night. Welcome to Conversation with Rattigan.
Mr. Rattigan, I'm calling again, sir, from the Northeast.
Yes, Miss Northeast, go ahead.
I think it was 2 weeks ago during their parliament sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand. Is it the parliament sitting? Someone had mentioned in it about the buses. I don't know if it was a man Tufton, but it was one of them who I really don't fancy.
Mm-hmm.
And they did mention that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, about getting the buses someplace in St. Elizabeth, I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not too familiar with the geographic system of Jamaica, but they were saying to the hospital. A hospital was down. I think I don't. But they were saying to put a bus there to have put nurses or doctors in it. And I know they were listening to your channel, because I recall Miss Philly mentioning the bus first.
Mm-hmm.
I recall myself second mentioning the buses also.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, so they listen to Mr. Rattigan channel, but at the same time, they want to disrespect talking about they're going to sue. So what? They need to go take a back seat. Okay? And now they have it as their bright idea to use buses. I'm not sure if it's the yellow school buses they were talking to dispense medication and one to also dispense to have people. Or we could go from district to district. They're just copycats, because that's exactly what you said on your channel a few months ago or a few weeks ago. And they act like they're not listening to this channel. They're listening to your channel because they're not very bright. And this is where they get all their information from.
Right.
Mr. Rattigan, let me go.
All right. Take care now. All right. Be well. Bye-bye. Call a good night. Welcome to Conversations with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Yes, Florida.
Yeah. Before you go any further, let me just say to my caller, my friend from the Northeast, that She's absolutely correct. They listen to the channel, they pretend they don't, but when they want to be educated, they come around here. They go elsewhere as well. You know, we're not claiming that this is the only channel that is in the business of providing information and trying to educate our people, but they certainly come around here. And remember this, we set the trend, we don't follow headlines. Sir, welcome.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, I'm here. Go ahead.
Yes, good night. How are you doing?
I'm well. You?
Well, great to know.
Outstanding.
Right? Giving God thanks, right?
Yes, sir.
But of course, you know, peace of my heart is with the people, especially in the West, you know, and especially me being a born Westmorelandite, you know.
Okay.
So
wait, let me stop you. How's your family? How are your family members in Westmoreland? How are they doing?
Well, okay, I actually have a first cousin who is in a place called Townhead, right? And she right now is one of the few fortunate ones as far as the house is concerned, where her husband actually strapped the roof down, right? And that was the big savior for them. The roof was strapped down. So what I'm now in her situation is that they own the house in the area that is still good. So, but of course, everybody is actually leaning on her as far as neighbors, right? So they use there so as a central point.
Okay.
But as far as even people who were coming in up to last week, popcorn was down there and actually distributed right from her yard, you know?
Okay.
Right. So of course, you know, the house is good to go. So a lot of the neighbors, they feel much safer just being around there. You understand?
When you talk to her, just let her know that the people in the diaspora, their prayers and their thoughts and well wishes are with her and her community and her family.
Right.
All right.
Yeah, man, I appreciate that. But I can tell you.
What go on now? Talk to me.
What I found though is that it is taking a toll. Of course, she's helping, doing for the community, and she's in a position where she and her family don't even have to go out there and get anything. You know, people just bring things into her.
Right.
Because she's able to can do things in her house and so on. Okay. So people are appreciative for that. So those without even giving to her, you know.
Okay.
So that is good, but at the same time, it has an effect on her, right? She's not going crazy, but just having everybody around and things, it's not easy. It's not easy. Okay. Right. And so that is something that you have to, I want you to consider. And just imagine everything is having an effect on her. So think about the others who are completely homeless.
True.
True. Right. So, that's something to, to really consider. But what I want to really mention to you and ask you how you feel about it. Last night, and it may sound like come off a little bit from what you're really talking about, but as far as last night, where the Jamaica game was going on, where we were trying to qualify for the World Cup, do you think it was necessary, or it was important for the Prime Minister to have been there last night? Considering the situation that we have in Jamaica, I just want to know your opinion, Mr. Rattigan.
Okay.
Right, and considering your background, I know you know about leadership traits.
Right.
And I just want to hear from you.
Okay. If I were in the Prime Minister's shoes, I would be. First thing is that I I would talk to the Governor General and say, listen, we want to move Parliament, at least for a little period of time, down close to the affected areas. We now wear no suit. We are going to come and we are conduct our business, but we are going to wear work clothes and water boot and everything like that. We are going to go shoulder to shoulder with the people down there. We are going to deal with the thing, right, properly. And what I would do is, Minister Chang, he's looking frail these days, right? I would say to him as a Deputy Prime Minister, you go to the game. Let me go down there and deal with the conditions where the people are dealing with. The people, one of the traits of leadership is presence. People must see you. And they mustn't just see you where you want to be. They must see you where you're supposed to be. And your country just went through a devastating hurricane. And you dress up nice, gone to Parliament, put on your cologne, eat your big dinner and things like that. And you just fly over the place and you fly back and you're there at Kingston and you enjoy the creature comforts of life. Meanwhile, people suffer and die. And so, personally speaking, life to me is more important than a football match. Life to me is precious. A football match is entertainment. We have people who don't know where them next meal will come from. We have people who haven't had a meal in quite some time. My job is to be down there and make sure so them people see me, make sure so them I get resources. That is what I would do as a leader. But I understand when some people say, well, it's a qualification thing, and no, but Prime Minister at this stage never really miss a match, and so his absence would scream, we need him there. It's just a 90-minute thing, and then that's it. I understand where they're coming from. I understand that, and I won't knock somebody for saying that. But you ask me the question, you want my opinion as to what leadership entails. And I'm telling you that if I were in the Prime Minister's shoes, I would not be at that game. I would be down somewhere in Westmoreland, Hanover, St. Elizabeth, Trelawney, somewhere down there, St. James. That's where I would be. So I hope that answers the question.
That answers my question, Mr. Rattigan, because I feel the same way as you do, right? And, just even what I told about my own relatives and thing, and, and I wanted to hear it from you, and I hope your listeners, and especially our Jamaican diaspora, our Jamaicans, hear and can appreciate what you say. Even you spoke about the dressing, so we can appreciate how the Ukrainian Prime Minister,
yes sir,
right, our president, how his dress now during this war. We can relate it. I can relate it to what you just said about even the dressing.
Yeah, that's a good point you raised, because if you remember when the war started, the American government, they wanted to fly him out, and he said, no, I don't want a plane ride out of here. I want planes to come in. I want to defend my people. I want to defend my country. And the man now wear a suit since then, because he dressed for work every day, and that's his work right now, to defend this country. And likewise, I think the Prime Minister should just get off him high horse. Him have a Deputy Prime Minister, send him to the game, and then you end up down where people are suffering and dying, and many more people will die. Many more people will die. So they need to see you out there as their leader. They need to see that you can identify with their suffering, and you're doing your level best to assist them to get out of that situation. When you tell them that, I go to bed and I dream about the babies and this and that, or I don't go, foolishness. If you want to make that speech there, go down there with part of the people them there. Go down there, make the mosquito them feed pan you like how them feed pan the people. Go down there and have very little to eat like all the people. That is where you need to go down there and do. You need to go down there and show leadership. Show the people them say you appreciate the fact that them vote for you and you know in power again. Show the people them that you are extolling the virtues of being the father of the nation. Show the people them that, man. Show the people them. Bring resources with you, not just fly you over and fly out. But you know, you have different kind of leaders. Some of them are misleaders. So there you go.
As I say, I appreciate it because I thought, you know, I am just thinking differently, but I heard it from you, and of course, I have a lot of respect for you, and of course, a lot of your opinion. So I really appreciate it, and I hope others listening in the chat and so on can appreciate what you have just explained.
All right, thank you so much, and all the best to you and your family.
Yes, same to you. First time I call in, and
don't let it be the last.
From time to time.
All right, my brother. Take care of yourself. That's it. All right, folks. Listen, that's it. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much for being generous of your time, and for those of you who called in, much appreciated. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to just speak my mind and to try and educate our people. And at the same time, getting an education as well, because every time I sit here and people ask questions or they get in the chat, I learn something. We didn't have too many distractions tonight, and that's fine. I say we need to know, step it up a bit in terms of identifying the problems. Now we need to start taking some actions. And one of the things you need to do, folks, is go and register to vote. OT, lead me out. People, Saturday, do not forget, you cannot miss the broadcast on Saturday. You are going to get an education. Your eyes are going to be wide open now. Nobody can fool you now when it comes from procurement issues in Jamaica. You can look on something and say, no, this is not right, because this is not what the rule said, and you can hold people accountable. Trust me. Believe me. Have faith in me. You are going to learn a ton of stuff this Saturday. I am working hard. You know, see when I look tired? I'm not going to bed now, you know. I'm going to read now, you know. Till the wee hours of the morning, you know. And when I get up early, I start read again the whole day. I read again, you know. I put some things in there, you know. Some notes them when I have phone, you know. Some notes them when I have phone, you know. Say 100 notes them I have, you know. 100 notes where our producer Jonah go get them, right? So tune in. Please tune in. You won't regret it. Again, thank you very much. And our prayers and thoughts are with our brothers and sisters in Jamaica who are suffering. And we hope that the hand of beneficence, the hand of kindness, the Almighty will spare them, protect them, take care of them, guide them. Let's up. Talk to us soon.
After a natural disaster, in the aftermath of a devastating hurricane, the wreckage is not only physical, there's emotional damage too. If you've survived while others around you have lost their homes, their livelihoods, or even their lives, you might experience a wave of emotions. One of the most powerful and hard to identify emotions is survivor's guilt. It's a feeling that says, why them and not me? It's as if, in surviving, you've inherited a painful responsibility to those who didn't make it. Survivor's guilt isn't unusual. Even if you haven't been directly hurt, witnessing others suffering can cause you to suffer emotionally. Here are 4 ways to begin coping with survivor's guilt. Acknowledge and validate your feelings. One of the first steps in addressing survivor's guilt is acknowledging it. Your feelings are valid. You may experience emotions ranging from helplessness and sadness to shame and anger, and it's important to give yourself permission to feel them. Often we suppress our emotions to get through the immediate crisis. Then we might feel as though we're expected to just move on. However, your emotional injury is just as real as any physical injury. Speaking up, whether to a therapist, loved one, or a diary, can help. The guilt has its source in empathy, which is good. You care about others, and feeling guilty is part of human compassion. One helpful exercise, the act of naming the feelings out loud or writing them down, which can reduce their overwhelming weight. Take action to help others. One of the most powerful antidotes to guilt is action. While you can't change the fact that you survived, You can contribute to the healing process of others. Helping your community can provide a sense of purpose, which can begin to ease survivors' guilt. Donating, volunteering, or just being there for others can make an enormous impact. Listening to and encouraging those who suffered major losses can be just as valuable as any material support. Focus on healing yourself too. Survivor's guilt can lead to neglecting your own needs because you feel others are more deserving. Healing yourself isn't selfish, it's essential. You can give back to others only when you actively care for yourself. Practice self-compassion and seek professional support. If your guilt becomes overwhelming or affects your daily life, therapy can offer tools for coping healthily. Reconnect with routine. After a disaster, your normal life is often upended. One way to regain your footing is by reestablishing small routines, whether it's going for a morning walk, household chores, or meditating. Routines help to remind you that life, while changed, continues. Survivor's guilt can make it hard to see your survival as a gift. But by helping others and caring for yourself, you can begin to shift from guilt to gratitude. You don't have to cope alone. Healing is a community effort, and together, we can weather any storm.
Fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him step up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him.